We're an island nation, drawn to the sea that surrounds us. A playground for some. For others, it's where they make their living. But the sea's unpredictable. It can change in an instant.
The sea takes no prisoners. You always have to be prepared for the worst.
The sea is a beast. If you weren't anxious about it, you're not doing the right job.
The water was freezing.
I was thinking I was going to die.
There to save our lives is a volunteer army of over 5,000 ordinary people, ready to leave their jobs, their families, and race to our rescue.
Steady, steady. Go for it.
When the pagers go off, your heart stops. Is this a life and death situation?
In the water.
You're okay, pal.
Let go of the sail, mate. Let go of the sail.
Even that 1 second could make a huge difference to someone at home. 1 minute they've got a son or a daughter, the next minute they may not.
There we go. Emily, high five. Well done. Nice one.
I didn't think we'd get them back. I was just thinking, just please.
Are you the parents?
The lifeboat crew, without them, there's no doubt about it, we'd have lost our girls.
Equipped with their own cameras,
Am I switched on?
It's on.
the crews give us a unique insight into every call-out as only they see it.
Good stuff, that's it.
Speeding into the roughest storms, searching for people who may only have moments to live.
Gotcha.
For those who risk their lives, it has become a way of life.
If something goes wrong, you could be the only person between them and death.
The most southerly lifeboat stations in the RNLI network are found on Jersey, largest of the Channel Islands. Lying 100 miles off the south coast of England, but only 14 from the coast of France, Jersey is an island with a geography and history all of its own.
We have quite a lot of elements that make the Channel Islands really different. History is all around us, from the castles to the German bunkers.
We were invaded and occupied during the Second World War. It's the only part of the UK, I think, that was under German control.
We have a commercial port, we have a fishing industry, and we have a huge summertime leisure industry.
We're blessed with lovely beaches, surrounded by nice clean seas. It's a little bit of paradise in the Channel, I guess.
Like all island communities, Jersey has a very intimate and sometimes fraught relationship with the sea that surrounds it.
Got one of the largest tidal ranges in the world, 12 metres of rise or fall, and that can happen in 6 hours.
At low tide, the island's land mass is about 20% larger than it is at high tide, simply because the tide goes out so far and so much shoreline, coastline is exposed when it does so.
The tides will swirl around the island. They'll draw you away from the island. You could quite easily end up in France.
Mid-December, winter grey skies, rough rolling seas. Force 7 winds and rising.
The pager went off that day. I knew that this had to be fairly serious. I looked at the pager, read St Catherine's, it was immediate launch. Immediate launch is imminent life at risk. The DLA told us it was a canoeist that had capsized and was in the water.
I arrived at the station, we met the casualty's friend who was canoeing with him at the time.
Started updating us on what had happened.
Here we go.
The casualty is Alan, a canoeist who set off that morning with his stepfather Tim to take part in an extreme sport known as downwinding.
Downwinding is a sport where you use the power of the wind and any swell to push you along.
Using a specially designed canoe called an outrigger, downwinders seek out the kind of weather conditions most people avoid in order to surf the waves at high speeds.
The trip we had planned when the incident happened, the wind strength was, I don't know, about 20 miles an hour, and there was a swell running. For us, the conditions were good. They weren't anywhere near the edge of our capabilities. Just before we got to Gory Harbour, out the corner of my eye, I saw Alan get bounced by a wave. I saw he'd come off his craft and landed on the armour, cracking it. Got back onto his boat. I could see that the armour was flexing in the middle. With the armour broken and filling up with water, it just pulled him back over.
The outrigger arm gives these slender canoes their stability. Without it, it's impossible to stay upright.
My initial thoughts then were, we've got a problem. I could see that he couldn't stay on the craft. If I'd taken him on board my craft, we could have both struggled. Well, I called to Alan, and he said, get the Coast Guard. I got the radio and tried to make a call, a mayday call. But I got no reception back. I heard nothing back. That's when I knew I had to go for help. I made the decision to go for the lifeboat station and get Alan rescued from there. I had to get to shore as quickly as I could to rescue him because too long in the water and he'd be getting hypothermic. So there was some urgency and it was a serious time.
But he'd done well to get to shore and raise the alarm. At that point, you know that it's a really potentially serious shout. Person in the water, a kayaker in the water. It was December, it wasn't warm, and the sea was really, really rough.
Because of the extreme differences between high and low tide, the St. Catherine's lifeboat and Atlantic 85 launches from a mobile trailer driven right into the sea, which the 40-mile-an-hour winds have now whipped up into 3-metre waves.
The responsibility for getting that boat away in a rough condition can be frightening. I have to be honest, I was shaking a little bit because I thought that this is going to be a tricky launch.
There was definitely an apprehension on my part as we went down the beach.
OK, we're ready to go when you want, Andy.
As you get down to the level of the waves, you start to realise how much bigger they are. I've never seen blue water coming over the front of the boat before we've left the trailer, not at the point where we're still sitting in the trailer and you've got a wave coming over in its entirety through the boat.
Andy gave a couple of shouts to hold on as the first couple of waves came by. Hold on! And then he gave the command for the boys to let go of the ropes.
Once I've given that signal to go, there's no turning back. We're going in. The bow came up quite considerably, and I was hoping that please stop coming up, please stop coming up. And we got to a fairly high angle.
Almost in the vertical. I was terrified that it might flip back into the trailer. I'd say yes, it was our most extreme launch. It was the roughest I've ever launched in.
The crew now have to try and find one man in the mountainous sea.
We proceeded to the last reported location at the back of Gory Castle. The seas were, from peak to trough, were probably 2.5, 3 metres on the waves. So actually seeing anything is quite tricky because if you're at the bottom of a wave, you can't see anything other than the waves around you.
The casualty has now been in the water for over half an hour. With December sea temperatures in single figures, he's running a high risk of hypothermia.
If you were not holding on to something and able to keep your head above the water, I think quite quickly you would succumb, you'd lose energy and get tired and find yourself in a drowning situation.
The waves were just so big and so much white water that we really couldn't see much at all, and your chances of locating just their head above the water is very, very difficult.
The sea was very lively. The sea was probably more than likely it was angry, like a pit bull that didn't really want to let go of the thing it was holding on to.
And then when we got to the casualty's last known position and we hadn't spotted him, that's when you start to worry.
Alan was out there, he'd been in the water for over 40 minutes by this time, so I was very concerned for him. I think the sea was around about 8 or 9 degrees. Even in a wetsuit, with that length of time, hypothermia can creep in very, very quickly.
Jersey Coast starting captain question. Is it possible to get someone with eyes at the end of Gory Harbour?
The strong winds and currents, plus the time the casualty has now spent in the water, means there's a danger he's been swept out to sea, and a much larger search operation may be needed.
My hopes of finding him were diminishing when I started realising the search area now had started to grow dramatically. I had my finger just hovering over the transmit button, about to request the Channel Island air search plane be launched and the all-weather lifeboat be launched from St Helier, when we received a call from Jersey Coast Guard. The fire service believed they'd identified a target in the water about a mile due north of our position.
The crew speed to the new location, aware that in these frigid seas, the casualty is running out of time.
What's this? In the water.
But instead of the casualty, they find canoe wreckage.
I didn't know it was an outrigger canoe, and I didn't know what the situation was, but that looked like a bit of a canoe, and if that's the canoe, where's the rest of it?
We then assumed that the canoe had broken up.
I honestly thought there was a pretty good chance we'd be pulling a body out. It felt like that kind of day.
Jersey Coast Guard contact. We'll update you shortly. The casualties first will bring them on board and we'll update you shortly.
Finally, 19 minutes after launching, they spot the casualty. He's now been in the water for almost an hour.
We got onto the side of the boat, and myself and the helier grabbed hold of him and heaved him up.
It was really making sure that he was not hypothermic and just keeping an eye on him, really, making sure that his condition didn't change drastically.
He was shivering, he was breathing quite rapidly, but we made sure that we were talking to him. The main thing was just to get him out of the conditions and get him somewhere dry where we could warm him up, really.
Oh, it was the best seat I've ever had, sitting down on that boat. It was, I was pretty tired by then. It was just a lot of time by yourself, just trying to hold on to the craft and hoping that somebody will come. And all I wanted to do was just get out of the water. And yeah, as soon as I sat down and they wrapped me up, I was a lot happier.
So we made our way back down the coast to Gory Harbour, where we got the casualty off, and he was met by a member of the Coast Guard and the fire service duty manager. I made sure he was all right.
Right, can we get you inside somewhere out of the wind, and then we'll just do a quick assessment of you?
As soon as we got off the boat, the shock set in. The lifeboat crew saved my life, really. They got out in conditions that a lot of people don't go out in. They'd done their job amazingly, and they saved a life.
save someone's life feels amazing. It's second to no other emotion. You know that you have done something selfless, and that counts for a huge amount.
It was one of those jobs that you feel that you made a difference. It was one of the ones, there was a lot of smiles at the station. There's always a buzz at the station when you feel that you've made a difference.
The lifeboat and crew saved Alan from a very, very serious situation. We try not to dwell on the what-ifs too much, but yeah, we know that it could have ended tragically.
This could have been a lot worse, definitely. If something had happened to Tim's boat as well, we probably both wouldn't have made it. If he couldn't get to the Coast Guard in time, if the run was longer and there was nowhere for him to get in earlier, yeah, it could definitely have been worse. I could have definitely died.
The volunteers of every lifeboat crew are drawn from all walks of life. And through the course of their extraordinary work, form incredibly tight bonds.
I trust my crew members with my life, and I do every time I go out. You need to know that they're going to be there for you and you're working together and properly as a team.
They've got your back, you've got their back.
Okay, go for it, guys.
And it's the understanding that you aren't working there for yourselves.
Come on, pull, come on.
You are there as a team.
3, 2, 1, lift.
The best part of the job is the camaraderie, the team. Without them, you couldn't do it yourself. Like, everything in the RNLI revolves around teamwork.
Out at sea, the only thing you can rely on is yourself, your crew and your boat. The best feeling in the world is doing a job properly, coming back in, opening the biscuit tin and cracking on the kettle, I'd say.
Of the 238 lifeboat stations across the UK and Ireland, perhaps no crew members are closer than 3 young men from St David's on the most westerly tip of Wales.
Will and Ben, my brothers, all 3 of us on the lifeboat, which is nice. It's just a family thing, I guess. My granddad was in there, my dad was on the RNLI. I've always wanted to be on the RNLI.
Dad was on the lifeboat for about 15, 16 years, so it was always there in our head. And then my brother Hal joined, and then my brother Will joined, and then I kind of felt a little bit left out, so I thought I'd join them as well.
Working with my brothers is hilarious. It's funny. Like at times, like we'll have an argument, but because we're brothers, we'll just laugh it off, and that's it.
I got a really great relationship with the Richardson brothers. I was Ben's best man last year, so obviously I'm as close to Ben as I am to anyone else in the world, basically. And Hal and Will are 2 great guys as well. I'm really close with them. They're a good laugh.
As well as manning the lifeboat together, Hal, Ben and Will also work together on the family farm and campsite overlooking White Sands Beach and run with an iron fist by Mum.
Right, what are you lot up to?
Oh, just tied in.
Oh, just tied in.
Just tied in.
This actually has to be put on a tap, yeah?
Pencannon Farm is the campsite that I work at. It's all a family-run business.
Okay.
Oh, can we have a cup of tea, please?
What?
Cup of tea, coffee?
Cup of tea.
Please.
Cheeky little.
It was passed on from my mum's mum down to her. It's been going for about 70 years now. My main duties are just making sure the site looks pretty, cutting the grass, trimming the hedges, sorting out anything that needs sorting out on the grounds, basically. It's a pretty spectacular view from the campsite. White Sands is one of the most popular beaches around here. In the summer, it can literally be packed with hundreds and hundreds of people. You can see Cantlady in the distance over the shore and St David's Head, and then looking round over the peninsula, you can see Ramsey Island.
It was like voted one of the prettiest coastlines in the world. We get the best sunset because it's just straight to the horizon of the sea.
The St David's lifeboat station covers an area roughly 12 miles in each direction along the coast and 30 miles out into the Irish Sea. They launch to around 30 shouts a year and can be called to anywhere in their area at any time. But on one particular day in early September, a very unusual shout comes to them.
So we were in the barn doing our usual yearly tidy in the barn, and we could just hear this popping noise, like a pop pop bum pop pop pop.
My brother Will noticed it at first. He actually heard it. He didn't see it. We all ran outside from the barn and we looked at it as it came around the corner. Then
I was just like, that does not look right. Like there's something wrong there.
It was just above the caravans, it looked like, which isn't very high.
There's a plane about to crash!
And we all just watched this plane, pop, 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 just wobbling around, just going across the bay, getting real low, going towards White Sands, and we were like, it's going down, that is going down. And then it disappeared behind the cliff.
I thought maybe he's just flying low and he's just going to go back up any second now. And he's a bit shocked at the time. It's a bit like, has it actually happened? And then before you know it, the bloopers go and... We got down the station. Jed was already in his kit because he was down there. So he said, get your kit on, we're going to go and assist with the plane crash.
White Sands Beach is just over a mile around the headland. With no new information about the plane, the crew pushed their D-class inshore lifeboat to its top speed of 25 knots.
Stay out of the rubbish now. All the left, right side, yeah.
On the way over, there was obviously the concern that there was going to be someone seriously injured.
Lieutenant Coast Guard, this is Severe Town B, his name is RB,
Once you hear that a plane has gone down, you know that the likely outcome isn't a good one, it's not a positive one. Particularly a plane has gone down on White Sands Beach, such a popular area. Worst case scenario is he'd hit people on the beach. So yeah, that was what I was fearing the most.
As soon as we came around the corner where you could see everyone just trying to see what was going on from the distance.
Looks like his landing gear hasn't come out.
And then we just seen the tail, basically, and these wings, so, just went as fast as we could over there.
If you could put a crew member ashore to assist the lifeguard. Tell them that the plane is just on the waterline. Yeah.
Being a busy beach, there was people crowded around it already.
Okay.
My guards are looking after it.
Yeah, okay.
I spoke to the Coast Guards, they've got other assets coming down here now.
Incredibly, the only casualty of the crash is the pilot himself, who has suffered a few cuts and bruises and a banged head.
I knew by then that the pilot was safe and he was being looked after, so that was fine. There was no other casualties, it was just him on his own.
Oh, he's a bit...
Make sure they stay away, obviously it is.
Yeah.
Playing with hot fuel on board. Don't go too close yourself, Will.
So yeah, I guess the next point of call was to make sure this plane is safe. It's not going to catch a light, drift off, leak fuel everywhere. It was fortunate that there was a guy on the beach who was an ex-pilot.
Hello, Judd. Nice to meet you.
So he came up to me almost immediately and said, I can help. I can make sure that the engine's off, the fuel is isolated. He was good.
Fuel is off now.
Yeah.
Okay.
We turned the fuel off and all that kind of stuff. We didn't know if there was a small crack maybe and it was just ready to go, so we just had to get it out of the water basically as quickly as possible.
Although the tide was going out, obviously sooner or later the tide is going to come back in. I don't know how long it takes to move a plane.
Fortunately, the one Richardson brother not on the shout, Ben, is back at the family farm.
We waited up in the crew room for a little bit to see if we could hear what was going on. And as there was enough crew on shore, I went back to Pencarnon to have a look over so I could have a watch from the land, basically.
and the farm may have just the tool for the job.
Basically just a little tractor with an arm that can extend on the front and lift heavy things.
There we are then. So as soon as the bow's lifted, the wheels will work.
The front was buried in the sand pretty much without the front wheel, and it was still partially in the water, so it's quite soft sand on the edge of the water there. Really didn't want the telehandler sinking in.
All stop.
I was surprised at how good condition it was in. Like, as soon as we pulled it out and realised that the only thing that was actually broken on it was that front wheel, like, I was blown away.
We towed the plane pretty much the whole way down White Sands. I've never done anything like that before. First person to tow a plane down the beach with a telehandler. Yeah, it was pretty cool.
Right, cheers. See you again soon. Lovely.
Oh, it could have been catastrophic. I know it sounds dramatic, but if it had happened a week earlier, it was August bank holiday. The beach would have been full of thousands of people, no exaggeration. The rather ironic twist is, to the day of the plane crash at White Sands, 13 years previously, the St. David's crew had been out looking for a plane which had crashed in the Irish Sea. So if I'm still working for the RNLI in 13 years' time, I'll probably take that day off, just in case.
A couple of 100 miles along the coast from St. David's is Hoylake, on the northwestern corner of the Wirral Peninsula.
Hoylake's my hometown. I was born and raised here. It used to be a fishing village, and it's got a very strong link with the sea.
We've got lovely beaches. We've got two very close cities to us, Chester and Liverpool. And the people in Hoylake are fantastic, very friendly.
Less friendly, however, are the infamous Sands of Dee, a vast and constantly shifting area of mudflats that appear at low tide.
The coastline is very sandy, all round from West Kirby round to Hoylake, all the way round to New Brighton. It's sand and mud. The mudflats are nasty. You cannot see them sometimes. You can be walking on sand one minute and you can be up to your knees, and at the next, it's that easy to be caught out.
If you do find yourself stuck and you have no way of alerting the authorities or getting help that way, worst case scenario for somebody stuck in the mud is to drown, and it's a very real possibility.
Watching over this treacherous stretch of coastline, Hoylake Lifeboat Station, founded in 1803, is one of the oldest in the UK. Because of the very particular nature of the patch they cover, Hoylake is home to an equally particular vehicle.
The hovercraft mainly is for people cut off by tide on sandbanks and people stuck in mud.
It's a completely different asset to anything else the RNLI has. Probably say it's closer to a plane than to a boat, especially when it's on the beach.
There are only 4 stations that operate hovercraft in the UK, making rescues possible in areas inaccessible to conventional lifeboats.
The hovercraft last year had 34 shouts, but the boat had 7 shouts.
A typical shout? There is no typical shout with a hovercraft. Whenever you go down when the page is gone, it's usually not what you think it is.
Mid-April, blue skies, low tide.
When I arrived at the station, I was appointed as the commander for the shout.
First thing we heard is there was 2 horses stuck in the mud, which was a first for ourselves. So, you know, there's a lot going through our heads about how to tackle that.
Then more information came through that there was human casualties there as well.
I'm pushing slowly.
So that made the situation even more serious. Were the humans in danger of being stuck under the horses? We did not know, so it was a very, very tense time.
My worst case scenario with people and animals stuck in the mud is the tide. If the tide's flooding, if we're coming up to high water and we get that call, time is critical.
As well as the risk to human life adding to the urgency of the shout, the crew also discover that the two riders are young girls aged just 14 and 11.
It was quite emotional, really, because we didn't know what to expect.
Things start coming into your mind, whether it's going to be any injuries. The other thing that went through my head is I've never dug a horse out the mud before, so this is going to be interesting.
It takes the crew 10 minutes to reach the shout location. As they draw closer, they spot something.
We knew that we only had one horse to deal with then.
As the pilot of the Hovercraft, I had to be mindful of not getting too close to the casualties. With there being horses involved, I didn't want them to get spooked and scared.
To bring our mudboard over. Get on mudboard and we'll walk over there.
When we arrived there, Merseyside Fire and Rescue were already there, and some of the Coast Guards were already there.
We established that both riders were in fact okay, but once we saw the horse stuck in the mud, we realised that it wasn't going to be such a simple job.
Do you want to put the boards down? Yeah.
Though one horse and both riders are safe, the Hovercraft crew still have a half-ton problem on their hands.
The horse was pretty stuck. He was stuck all the way to the tops of his legs. He was a lot deeper than what I envisioned on our way out there.
Hello, Tony. You all right? Okay. What's the horse called, Bobby?
I was quite surprised to see a horse in that area, to be honest, and I heard that the horse had bolted from the beach and the other horse had followed. I don't think she would have gone there by herself initially wanting to go there. The sand is always shifting, these mudflats move and gullies move, so it wasn't a very pleasant place to be.
Yeah, do you guys, you got the mud shoes on, do you go around and start digging that side? So I want to get her out all at the same time.
It was just a case of digging by hand at first, so we started to dig, and we dug and we dug and we dug as a whole team effort.
As well as hands and shovels, the crew use mud boards to spread their weight and stop themselves from getting stuck, and also a specialist tool called a mud lance.
All right, do you want to put the mud lance in? Yeah.
Early on in our efforts, we decided that we would resort to using the mud lance,
which is basically a fire hydrant filled with water with a big long probe that liquefies the mud to then hopefully free up a casualty's limbs.
Unfortunately, it wasn't as effective as we thought. The mud was just too thick. So we resorted back to plan A, which is to keep on digging.
I initially thought, oh, we'll get this horse out in a few minutes. We dug for about 45 minutes, I think it was.
Whoa. Watch yourselves.
And Bobby decided to jump out the mud by himself.
All right, mate.
And then he sunk again.
Step back legs, yeah? You can side move.
I was feeling pretty deflated once we got him free, and he instantly got stuck again, and we were back to square one.
An hour after launching, the crew are still no closer to freeing Bobby.
We talked with our fire colleagues, our Coast Guard colleagues, to come up with another plan, really. It was quite a multi-agency job, pooling our knowledge, our resources and our equipment together. We used some of the fire equipment, some strops and some lifts to try and help him out in the mud whilst we were digging.
Is that stuck?
Yeah.
That's soft just there, Matt, so just watch it.
Oh, that's solid here, isn't it?
Working in mud, it has its own challenges. sometimes feels like you're getting nowhere fast with it. The only way you can really sort of deal with getting someone out is to get right down with your belly down in it as well, alongside them, and start digging them out.
As time ticks on, the mud is now not their only problem.
At the beginning of the shout, the tide wasn't a concern of mine, so to speak. It was ebbing. I knew we had time on our side. But as the job progressed and as it became more complex, the issue of tide started to concern me.
I was feeling it, but no, I was going to carry on digging until I got that horse out. I would never give up. I would never give up saving a horse or a human being or anything. I would just keep on going.
At one point, the horse was breathing quite heavily. After discussion with Ian, we established that he was in quite a bit of distress and discomfort, and that did make things a little bit more critical.
Passing the water there, Matt. I'll see if I give him more water. Didn't want any before.
He was drinking water out of my hand a couple of times. And you could see with his breathing, it sort of eased, which was great.
No, it's good, lad. Get your hand in there. I feel that's gone under.
Ian talking to Bobby did help. I think we all found ourselves at one point talking to Bobby, so we were all rooting for him.
Then, after more than 3 hours digging,
Bobby was obviously quite tired, but he still had the energy in him that once he felt a bit of freedom, a bit of movement in his legs, that he was trying to stand up and try and free himself, which unfortunately hindered the process.
After only a few meters, Bobby gets stuck again. His instinct to bolt is landing him right back in trouble. Still, with almost 300 meters of mud between him and the shore, the chances of getting him to safety before the tide returns are falling fast.
After the horse got stuck the third time, it did cross my mind that we could be fighting a losing battle.
We had about an hour left before the tide would have been up to us, so it was starting to get a little bit worrying, because 3.5, 4 hours of digging, and it was very, very stuck in the mud and going nowhere fast.
The worst case scenario for the horse would have been that he perished with the incoming tide.
The crew need to come up with yet another plan. As they can't get the horse to solid ground, they decide to bring solid ground to him instead.
It was decided we try and get mud boards underneath the front legs to try and give him a bit of firmer ground to help himself out.
That bit is horrible. So we might have to get to stand and then
yeah, that's more of a path that way. Yeah.
Though the Hovercraft only carries small mud boards designed for people, the Fire and Rescue Service has a much larger inflatable platform big enough for vehicles and hopefully a horse.
It was very much a team effort.
So what's the plan with this stop? He's going to go. So if he goes, he goes. He's going. So what's it? He's going.
Using our equipment, our mud boards and our mud rescue techniques.
Come on, Bobby. Come on, Bobby. Come on, Bobby. Go on, Bobby.
So I try and
yeah, try and pull him. Try and pull the strap.
But having the extra hands there from the Fire Brigade and the Coast Guard were definitely needed. Everybody played a part there.
He's on the strap. He's on the strap. Right. Jump the strap then. Jump the strap. Come on, Bobby. Come on, mate. Come on.
We had to get him out of that mud because he was really starting to dwindle, that horse. You know, he was tired. We were all tired.
He's on the mats at least anyway.
Right, is it worth put one round his bum?
It was a case of, right, we've all got to give it one big last push. So we had strops round his backside, round his legs and round his tail. And we all said, right, let's go. We all counted to 3 and we pulled.
Everyone happy? Yeah. Okay, on 3. Come on, Bobby, you have to help us now, mate. 1, 2, 3.
Come on, Bobby. Come on.
There were 7 of us physically pulling that horse out of the mud, and it needed every inch of our strength to get that horse out of that mud.
2, 3. Come on.
Hang on, whoa, stop.
1, 2, 3.
Come on, Bobby.
And we pulled and we shouted, come on, Bobby, get out.
There we go.
And he came out.
Bring the sled to the front of here.
and he seemed to know where to go to and stood on the board, and it was such a relief. You know, it was very satisfying, to say the least.
Well done, everyone. We'll take it from here. The Echo, we're here. We'll take it, all right, thanks.
I think we all had a deep breath and a drink of water because we were exhausted. It was the hardest thing I think I've ever done.
No, they're only baby carrots, but...
I was all right. I was a little bit tired, but I wasn't as tired as Bobby, I think.
His foot's in.
It was such a great sight to see. He just stepped off the skid mats by himself, no encouragements, and it was as if he knew he was home and safe.
I think all in it was about 4 hours. From us arriving on scene to the horse being clear of the mud, 4 hours of a lot of perseverance and hard work.
I was ecstatic. With being a horse lover, you know, it was one of the best rescues I've done, I think.
By the end of the shout, they were caked from head to toe in it and made a mess of my nice clean hovercraft.
We were covered. And then when we got back to station, the job had only just begun then as well. That was a long wash down.
We'd have never got the horse out had we not worked as a team, and that's not just the lifeboat crew, that's us working as a team with the Coast Guard and the fire service. After the shout, we did get a call to say they got it back to the paddocks where it was kept, and it was doing well.
No, I don't think I'll forget this one. It was, it was definitely the most trickiest mud rescue I've been involved with.
If somebody asked me, did I save that horse's life? Well, yes, I think I did. If that's just me, though, there was a team. I get quite emotional talking and stuff like that. When animals are involved, you know, I'm a big animal lover, especially horses, so it was a big relief.
Back down the coast at St David's, the three-generation tradition of having a Richardson on the crew looks set to continue.
We've got Finn, and then this one here is Little Leaf here. You're going to be very important, and you're going to go out and save lives here.
Yeah.
Say, Milford Haven Coast Guard. This is St David's RB. Yeah.
There has been a lifeboat station here in what is officially the smallest city in Britain since 1869, and for very good reason.
Most people who sail around the Welsh coast certainly would identify St David's as being probably the worst area around the Welsh coast. In our area, the conditions can change really quickly. There's nothing between us and the Atlantic, so we've got big waves coming in, big swells, and the coastline's really rocky, which really builds up those seas, breaks them and turns it quite nasty.
As soon as we get out of the station, we're in a very dangerous area.
There are literally thousands of shipwrecks along the St David's Peninsula, one of which was the second St David's lifeboat. Back in 1910, which was an old rowing sailing lifeboat, the Gem went out to rescue a sailing ketch, the Democrat, and got swept onto the reef, and the boat was lost along with 3 of the crew.
When we go past the reef, we give a thought to the crew members who lost their lives down there. You know, nowadays, it's very different. We're in the motorised lifeboat, big, powerful engines. Back in those days, it was a rowing boat, an open rowing boat, just to go out rowing in this kind of area when gale force winds like that. It was an immense thing to do, really. Those are proper heroes.
Early August, overcast, wind blowing in from the southwest. A distress signal comes in over the radio from a yacht in trouble.
We knew that he had some kind of steering problem, and it was 26 miles out.
When you hear that it's a yacht 25 miles offshore with steering difficulties, you instantly know it's going to be a long day.
Like at the least you're looking at like a 10-hour tow.
Probably in the water within 12, 15 minutes from pages going off. Yeah, we didn't hang about.
The stricken yacht is halfway to Ireland. The crew launched their Tamar-class all-weather lifeboat with a range of 250 nautical miles and head straight out to open sea.
By the time we got a couple of miles offshore, we were looking at 3, maybe 4 metre waves.
Right, when you're out on deck, make sure you got your leads on. Yeah. She's going to be swinging around a bit when we try and get close alongside her.
Punching into the sea all the way down. It's that chug down to a long shout. Can be where people go a bit green around the gills, you know.
Yeah, it was a very rough ride. It just got worse and worse. The further we got out, the worse and worse it got.
It was uncomfortable, you know, I didn't feel great.
Though it's bad enough for the crew in a 32-ton lifeboat, they know for the casualties on a yacht with no steering, it will be much worse. And they need to get to them as fast as wind and weather will allow.
I was sort of staring at the horizon, looking for that first little glimpse. The yacht's a pretty small target to find out there. You know, even ships look quite small out there, so until you're next door to them.
We've been given a lat and long position where to find them, and I think we were about 2 miles away then when we picked them up on radar and we knew we had them.
By the time they reach the casualty, the lifeboat crew have already been at sea for over an hour. But as well as the yacht, they also spot something else on the horizon.
They were in a shipping lane out there. They're in a lot of danger. 26 miles out to sea. There's no sign of land anywhere. You've got container ships moving back and forth all day long, all night long.
More than 30 ships a day pass through these lanes, including huge container ships and supertankers heading to and from the ports of Cardiff, Liverpool and Dublin.
Sometimes they can't stop. It takes them a couple of nautical miles for them to stop. Shipping lanes are not somewhere that you want to get stuck at all.
You could run something down at sea in a container ship, you wouldn't feel it. Those people could have been lost and nobody would have ever known. They would have just been missing at sea. They were in big, big trouble.
The yacht has now been in the shipping lanes for several hours and urgently needs towing to safety. But with a rough 4-metre swell tossing both boats around, it's not going to be easy.
My job was to get that tow transferred across to the casualty as quickly and as safely as we could.
It was a spring tide, so the currents that were coming through were very strong. And we knew throwing a tow line was going to be a tricky job.
Right, we'll go round him. Yeah. Start the side. And we'll put across his bow with him.
I was going to pass the heaving line with the heavy tow rope attached to that across to him, and you've only got to look at the mast to see how much roll they've got going on, and the chances of actually landing in their hand is almost impossible.
Yeah, he doesn't seem too sure about being up Sunday, does he?
Okay.
The first attempt, managed to catch it, pulled in the line.
But he didn't seem to be able to secure it, and it got pulled out of his hand and fell over the side of the boat.
Amazing how much weight on that rope in the water.
It's not easy, you can't particularly just stand up and pull the rope in.
We were quite concerned about him because the last thing we wanted was for him to end up in the water.
Tried a slightly different angle the second time and hoping that maybe if he got it across quickly or something it would work.
He was hanging on for grim death, just to stay on his boat and then trying to pick up this line. It's like dragging a net, and the more rope ends up in the water, the heavier that rope becomes, and he just physically didn't have the strength. You can see him starting to tire.
There's an element of frustration that you haven't been able to get the rope across successfully, but in situations like that, you just prepare yourselves and give it another go. By this stage, we were getting quite worried that the crew member had become exhausted.
Wind's down, wind's down.
We'd been at it now for probably 40, 45 minutes, and we still hadn't managed to get a tow across to him. And we're thinking, you know, we need to come up with another plan. Really, the only other option that we could have done at that point was for one of our crew to go on board, and transferring at sea is not something we want to do unless we have to. Certainly out there, you know, somebody's in the water, somebody falls in, and it's an easy thing to do. That just changes the whole thing. You know, it becomes a nightmare then.
I remember looking up at Di, up on the helm. He was up on the bridge, and he looked down at me, and I just, like, kind of like split second, I knew he was going to ask me to jump across.
I do recall looking at Hal, and I think he already realised then that he'd kind of drawn the short straw, and he was going to be the one who was going.
Transferring at sea is one of the most dangerous procedures a crew member can undertake, particularly onto a smaller vessel in rolling and unpredictable seas.
The main concern's transferring, you don't break any bones. You know, if you've got one boat dropping away as one of the ones coming up and you jump, it could be like running into a car.
What I thought was going to be our chance, I started approaching, and then a couple of big waves came through.
There had to be probably, you know, at the extreme, there's got to be a 6-foot difference in height between the two boats. You know, we were up, they were down.
All the people behind me, the other crew, were saying, "You go when you want to go. Like, this is your choice. Like, don't listen to any of us." I just had to block everything out of my mind and just focus on the jump, really.
Oh yeah, Hal. Steady, steady. Go for it.
It was amazing. It was like a real-life action hero, Superman, Spider-Man. He just jumped on, and his 2 feet landed on the deck of our boat.
He landed with both feet planted on the side of our boat and never, ever even gave the impression he was going to fall over. It was the most impressive thing I've ever seen.
He was just suddenly standing there, and the boat still go up and down, and I think he said, "Hi, I'm Hal. I'm here to help."
And I think it was just a general sense of relief all around that we knew he was on board and safe.
We were very happy when Hal boarded our vessel. I just felt like we were in great hands. We knew that he was able to attach the tow line, which he did very easily.
It was the first time I'd been on a casualty boat with someone else, and I knew I was going to be with them for a long time, and I couldn't have been a better crew to jump on the boat with.
Hal told us that his grandfather had been a volunteer, that his father had been a volunteer, and that at age 18, he couldn't wait to become a volunteer. He was a delight to have on board.
My memories of Hal are just wonderful, wonderful young man.
With lumpy sea conditions and the dead weight of the yacht severely limiting their speed, the crews settle in for a steady 4-hour tow back to St. David's.
So I made up some sandwiches, and we dug out some chips and had a little lunch, the three of us.
It was a proper steak or ham and mustard sandwich with really nice spinach, and it was all brown loaf and all that kind of stuff. It was lovely. It was a really nice sandwich. Definitely won't forget that sandwich, for sure.
As you approach the coastline, you know, you can feel yourself. It's been a long job. It's been a very physical job. That sense of, you start to relax, think, oh, it's coming to an end now. Good, we can get them ashore, get them safely on the mooring. You know, job's done.
You guys all right?
Yeah, no, we're fine.
We'll pop you on the mooring now, and then we'll get you ashore and sort things out from there.
It's the first time I've ever called the Coast Guard in probably over 35 years of boating. I was so impressed with the way they just, you know, the whole team just seemed to just gel in coming to our rescue. It was wonderful, it really was.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Cheers. Take care.
They were amazing. I can't say enough about that rescue crew. Sorry. We're very grateful. I don't know what would have happened if they had.
In Jersey, despite their ordeal, canoeing enthusiasts Alan and Tim remain as enthusiastic as ever about their sport.
I wouldn't say it's not my confidence. It happens. It doesn't happen very often, but it happens.
Just need to get back out there, really. The longer you leave it, gets in your head.
In fact, we've got a downwind race planned next month, haven't we, in France?
Yeah, in France, yeah.
We know we can rely on each other to bail each other out where we can. That's an important thing when you're out on the water, knowing that your other guy out there with you's got your back.
And Bobby the horse has also fully recovered from his muddy ordeal, as has his rider, 11-year-old Darla.
The lifeboat crew are amazing, because obviously you don't want to come every day, do you, and save a horse out of the sand. It was scary. I think it was just traumatic for me and Bobby, like, both together. But obviously not now. It's like this. He's just me, like, we both got the same personality, both have our tantrums, both cheeky when we want to be cheeky. I love him to bits.
Commercial fishing vessel carries a lot of fuel. It's basically a floating bomb.
Don't let me go.
She was quite reluctant to let go of the dog, but she wasn't going to hold on for much longer.
Hypothermia can kill you, and he was wet and exhausted from struggling.
Stay with us, stay with us.
We're an island nation, drawn to the sea that surrounds us. A playground for some. For others, it's where they make their living. But the sea's unpredictable. It can change in an instant.
The sea takes no prisoners. You always have to be prepared for the worst.
The sea is a beast. If you weren't anxious about it, you're not doing the right job.
The water was freezing.
I was thinking I was going to die.
There to save our lives is a volunteer army of over 5,000 ordinary people, ready to leave their jobs, their families, and race to our rescue.
Steady, steady. Go for it.
When the pagers go off, your heart stops.
Is this a life and death situation?
In the water. You're okay, pal. Let go of the sail, mate. Let go of the sail.
Even that 1 second could make a huge difference to someone at home. 1 minute they've got a son or a daughter, the next minute they may not.
There we go. Emily, high five. Well done. Nice one.
I didn't think we'd get them back. I was just thinking, just please.
Are you the parents?
The lifeboat crew, without them, there's no doubt about it, we'd have lost our girls.
Equipped with their own cameras,
Am I switched on?
It's on.
the crews give us a unique insight into every call-out as only they see it.
Good stuff, that's it.
Speeding into the roughest storms, searching for people who may only have moments to live.
Gotcha.
For those who risk their lives, it has become a way of life.
If something goes wrong, you could be the only person between them and death.
Lying on the southeastern coast of Scotland is the small harbour town of Dunbar. There's been a lifeboat here since 1808.
Dunbar's it's a nice little place. It's a nice town. You know, people's friendly. It's called Sunny Dunny because it gets the most out as the sunshine seemingly. But there's plenty of coastal walks and that, you know, around about, a couple of beaches and that. So yeah, it's a nice little place. Yeah.
While Dunbar may be one of the sunniest places in Scotland, it also has some rugged and unforgiving shores carved out by the North Sea.
The coastline around Dunbar is very attractive. Got the beautiful harbour, sandstone cliffs, there's a lot of gullies, we have a lot of caves. I've lived here for 15 years. There's always another wee new nook and cranny that I want to go and explore.
The town's location on the outer edge of the Firth of Forth means it faces the full force of the elements all year round.
Sea around Dunbar is freezing. This is the North Sea. We're exposed to the north and the east. The wind is biting, the water is cold. It's not nice out there, particularly in the winter.
November. The sun's out, but the sea temperature is less than 10 degrees. The Dunbar crew get an emergency call from the Coast Guard.
Got to the station and the launch authority said, right, we've got children cut off by the tide. And that was the first bit of information we got.
Take it up off the boat?
Yeah, just in case.
IOB, this is Aberdeen Coast Guard. Roger, ma'am, you're launched on service to report of 3 children stuck in the I cave.
The children called the Coast Guard on 999 themselves. They're stranded in a cave near the town's beach.
Our cave is a small cave just outside the entrance of Dunbar Harbour.
Hold on.
At low water, very accessible. However, anywhere after about half tide, the eye cave does become inaccessible.
The tide's on its way back in. Today is a spring tide, meaning the sea will come in higher than any other point this month, rising over 15 feet in 6 hours.
3 children are 2 12-year-olds, 1 11-year-old.
When kids are involved, it's time critical because sometimes they'll try and take more risks because they think they can do it without thinking the actual situation through. So you just want to get there and make sure that they're safe.
Have you hit enter on the radio? You'll clear it. Press clear. That's it.
It could be your kid, and if it was your kid, you would do absolutely anything on this world to save it. You really just want to do your best and get there as soon as possible.
The sea still has another 3 feet to rise until high tide in just an hour's time.
They've been there a long time. The tide was still coming in. They would have been exposed to the wind as well. That would all add to the coldness, and it wouldn't take long before the cold would affect them. We weren't sure what we were going to reach when we got there.
See them? 1, 2 and 3. Yep. So what's going to have to happen is I'm going to have to go in very nice and easy. Yep.
Just 10 minutes after the call came in, the Dunbar crew arrive on the scene.
You could see the 3 kids, and they were quite tight up to the back of the cave.
Just stay there, please!
The worst thing that the kids could have done was if they'd seen us and tried to make their way towards us. In the freezing cold, So I tried my best to tell him to sit still.
You stay there!
The cave is only 30 metres away. The crew can't risk the children trying to swim out to them.
Roger, I can hear your crew member shouting to the children. Can you confirm it?
But getting the boat to the children means navigating through a maze of rocks just below the surface of the water.
If the prop got damaged, that's us now a casualty as well. So from trying to help kids, we've ended up becoming a casualty ourselves, and that's the last thing you want.
I'm thinking I might go in this wee bit here and in.
Okay, can you see the
shadow? Yeah. I'll get the two of you just to go on your knees. Hold on to stand up and just guide me in.
Time running out, the crew head in as quickly as they dare.
Just give us a shout, Jamie, if you see any.
Roger, many thanks, sir.
Your hips going in there, Gary. I think you better go in here.
We tried to go in what looked like a channel, but Jamie was able to see there was a couple of rocks that we just wouldn't be able to get past.
Hold on.
The wind was affecting the waves as well, so it was difficult to see if the waves were lapping over rocks or if it was just the fact that that's how they were being forced into that corner. I just wasn't sure on how I would get the kids out of there.
Battling the sea conditions, the helm, Gaz, must time his approach to the cave perfectly while keeping his crew safe.
2 secs, Jamie, 2 secs.
You've then got that decision to send your 2 crew members off the boat. The last thing I want is my crew members to go when there's a wave and injure themselves.
But with large sets of waves now coming right up to the children, the crew must act fast.
Okay. Right, I'm going to go in now, guys.
You can probably get the nose in, Gary.
Okay. Yeah, I'm watching. We're on tilt as well. Right, that's me sitting there, Bex. I'm happy for you to go.
While Jamie and Bex assess the 3 children, Gaz must keep the D-Class in position, ready to evacuate the crew and the kids.
When you're holding onto the lifeboat and you're trying to do your normal things and you're getting battered left and right with these waves, with the wind and the weather, it all adds up and just makes you that wee bit conscious of all what's going on. Tried to hold the boat as steady as I could, and then there was a couple of larger waves that came in. One of them lifted me up and kind of sat me on top of a rock that I wasn't able to see at the time.
The propeller hits the rock and stalls the engine, just as the crew are ready to get back on board.
2 seconds, 2 seconds. Come on, come on.
Come on.
It's all right, it's all right, it's all right.
The engine's going again. Gaz must now keep the boat in position long enough to get the 3 children down the rocks and through the surf.
Watch this wave coming in, Jamie.
Tell me when.
I was sitting on the boat. I could feel when it was sitting on the rocks, combined with when Gaz was telling me there was a wave coming.
Okay, go now, you've got a nice spell.
You just have to make a very split-second decision. They had to just essentially walk into the water and onto the boat.
Okay, you've got a couple of waves coming in, just watch yourself. That. Good stuff. Well done, guys, you all right? Yeah, good stuff. Well done, good stuff. Good job, guys, good job.
Okay, buddy. She's cold. She's been shivering for a wee bit. So
Okay.
hold us to the lock. Okay.
The 3 children, 11-year-old Chloe, her 12-year-old cousin Rachel and friend Luke, all live in Dunbar and regularly hang out together.
We had a sleepover, me and Rachel, and then we went round to Luke's house.
Rachel was like, oh, come on, let's go out and stuff. So I was like, okay. I was kind of like, I didn't really want to go out, but I went out anyway.
What up? First time you've been on a boat.
I think I'm braver than my friends.
I just like to go exploring. That's how we ended up getting stuck in the cave. I was like, yeah, let's just go here, it looks cool.
How long have you been in there?
We were just playing Truth or Dare, and then all of a sudden the tide was like quickly coming in.
Right, we'll get a bit of speed up. Woo!
Look and me were like, oh, we should phone the Coast Guard.
Rachel was like, we're not calling them. Like, we're not calling them. There's no chance that we're calling them.
I was getting quite angry at the fact they wanted to phone them because I didn't want to get in trouble by my mum. I like tried to ignore them for a wee bit.
So we just dialed the number and then called them and then put it on speaker, and then Rachel was like, wait, you've called them?
I want to just reassure your mum and dad that you're okay. Yeah?
When they mentioned our parents, I was like, please, just don't tell my mum, I don't want to get in trouble.
We'll jump out the crew and we'll walk on and we'll leave them in.
There's always that, like, we think we better tell your mum and dad, and in your eyes, and you're like, oh, do you have to really tell mum and dad? But I'm sure mum and dad will appreciate the fact that they still done the right thing. Yeah, they might not have checked the tide times that day, but protocols they went through to get help in place was ideal.
Is all right? You just stay there and we'll get you right to the top.
After being checked over by the ambulance crew, Rachel, Luke and Chloe were all escorted home.
I was in a wee bit of trouble. My mum said, just go for a shower. Then I went for a shower, obviously, to get warm. And then she just looked at me and started laughing. So, yeah, I didn't say very much of it after that. Yeah.
Good man. All right?
I was only grounded for a day, but I did feel like I let down my dad and mum a bit.
You just take that right off?
I have not been back to the cave that we got stuck in. I'm too scared to. Even if the tide's right out, I just don't want to go back in. Yeah, it's made me more cautious.
Across the UK and Ireland, on average, a lifeboat launches every hour. And when they do, the crews know it will be a race against time.
Every time the pager go off, for me, mean commitment, excitement, but also be ready, be prepared.
Hold on, boys.
When someone is in the water, it's time critical, no question about that.
There's a fine line between going as quickly as possible but making sure you're keeping adrenaline under control and making sure decisions are made with a good, clear mindset, really.
Let's get you out of here, OK?
One moment could have the head above the water, next thing they're under the water, and all we can do is get there in as best time as we can. The difference between life and death can be a matter of seconds.
Just 70 miles southeast of Dunbar, across the border in England, is the port of Blythe.
We are the largest town in the county of Northumberland, historically involved in coal mining. The port had a period of kind of stagnant development, but more recently the renewable energies have kind of picked the port back up again, and a lot of leisure use.
Lifeboat volunteers have been putting to sea from Blythe for over 200 years. One of their newest recruits is 20-year-old Jordan. He signed up as soon as he was old enough.
I originally went down to the station when I was about 16, almost 17, and I got told that I was too young to do it at the time, so I had to go back when I was 17, so I went back more or less on my 17th birthday, and since I started, I never looked back, really. Being the youngest on the crew, you are treated fairly, but of course, like everywhere, you've got some people that are a bit practical jokers, so they can play some tricks on you if you're being young. When I first joined the lifeboat crew, I got told to sit and count how many times a wind turbine spin divided by so many numbers, and that was the current wind speed. Spent hours doing that, and yeah, it just was so wrong. It wasn't at all.
Living just 200 metres from the lifeboat station, Jordan is often the first to arrive when a call comes in.
There is a wide range of things we can be tasked to do. It could be people in inflatables at the beach, it could be some boats that haven't been out all winter, that go out, they break down, we've got to go and assist them, but also people that may go fishing and just don't mean to get in trouble, but you know, things go wrong, weather changes, so they do get in trouble. When the pager goes off, you know, you've always got to prepare yourself for the worst because you never know what it's going to be.
Monday, mid-September. Calm winds, flat seas. 6 o'clock is the Blythe crew's weekly pager test.
The pager test went off, muted the pager, then the pager didn't stop, like beeping really, and then we're like, oh yeah, we've actually got a job here.
Launching a potential person in water at Seaton Sluice. Yeah. You're on the radio, my friend. Cool. I'll drive.
Yeah, ready to go anymore.
A man is missing. His last reported position was a rocky beach nearly 4 miles down the coast.
Is that a handheld?
The missing man left for the beach at 9 a.m. It's now well past 6 in the evening.
Number Coast Guard, this is Blythe ILB, that's just launched on service, channel 0, over.
You're launched on service to the search for a missing 8-year-old male, believed to be that's the Old Hartley car park on the rocks.
As we were heading out the piers, we started receiving information from the Coast Guard about the age of the casualty. This was an extremely elderly gentleman. You're always worried about older people. They're a lot more frailer, a lot more susceptible to the cold.
The 80-year-old man's worried family reported him missing after he went to catch lobsters at Seaton Sluice, a rocky beach southeast of Blythe.
Along the cliffs and the rock front, there's quite a lot of dangers. It's uneven underfoot. There's quite a lot of algae on the rocks that make them really slippy, and there's always the chance that there's going to be a rock slide as well. You can be in a lot of serious trouble if you fall there.
The fact that 9 hours had gone by since this guy had been missing was of a big concern to us. The tide's come in and gone out again in the time that's lapsed here. So we were uncertain whether he was going to be in the water, if he was still going to be on the shoreline.
Worst case scenario is that the man is in the sea. With the average water temperature at this time of year just 13 degrees, hypothermia would be setting in rapidly.
The chance of someone being found in a good state after, you know, any real period of time in the sea is few and far between, really.
You have got to set your mind for the worst possible case scenario, so you've mentally prepared. You could be going for a body.
The station's faster B-class Atlantic 75 has also been launched. But even with both boats out, there's still 3 square miles of search area to cover around Seaton Sluice and Hartley Bay.
We came alongside them and we come up with a bit of an action plan for the D-class to head south, and we were to head further south and then cover the coast north and hopefully come together in the middle and cover the area as efficiently as possible. You know, you're thinking, where is this guy?
Number Coast Guard, Blythe ILB, that's just arrived at Crack Point, the shoreline is south towards St Mary's Island, over.
Since the man was last seen, the tide has risen 14 feet and is now heading back out again. The crew still have no idea if he's on shore or has been dragged out to sea.
8-year-old, yellow waders, yellow jacket.
Right, we'll stop and listen for a second. Hello?
No. 8-year-old, yellow waders.
The missing 80-year-old Alan has been coming to this stretch of coast to catch lobsters for years.
Alan went out at 9:30 in the morning, and I was going out at 2, and he said he would be back by then, but he wasn't. I thought I'd always forgotten the time. Normally he was quite safe on the rocks, but he had had a couple of falls and he was going dizzy. In that perspective, I suppose I was starting to panic a bit, wondering what had happened to him. When I got to 4, I was getting really worried because I knew the tide would be coming in. So I phoned my daughter. Her and her husband went down to the rocks, found his car, but no sign of Alan. straight away. I kind of knew there was something wrong. We went down shouting on him. And there was no response whatsoever.
Hello?
I was trying to stay calm for my mum and what have you, but inside I was just panicking. We both were kind of thinking he'd fallen, be knocked unconscious, and so it swept out because the tide was quite high then.
Standing there.
There, that is, person there, on the rocks, mate.
They're not in yellow.
I spotted something on the shoreline, wasn't 100% certain that it was the casualty because of the clothing that we'd been told he was wearing.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
Yeah, pick us, we're getting shallow, mate.
Hello there?
Hello?
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 I did shout across quite a few times and didn't get anything back. We waved, didn't get anything back, and realised at that point that it was the casualty.
That's him.
Right.
Finally, the crew have found Alan, but he's immobile and unresponsive.
Hello, young man. How are you doing? This is Slide ILD, and we have made contact with an elderly individual on the rocks. Appears to be injured.
You can't sort yourself out, can you, ma'am?
Oh, be up there no time if it wasn't for it.
I can imagine, right. Pickers! First aid, left hip. Thinks he's broken something.
Whereabouts did you have your slip?
And you've managed back to here.
After slipping on the rocks, Alan dragged himself to the cliff's edge to escape the incoming tide. He's been stranded here injured and cold for several hours.
Casualty was in a pretty bad way when we got to him. He was obviously cold. There was possibilities that there was hypothermia setting in. He was complaining of pain down one of his sides and into his leg. I was genuinely concerned for him.
Yeah, the casualty is approximately 300 metres north towards Crag Point from you.
I can't walk with this.
Don't worry about that, we'll sort something out, we'll get you out of here.
Although the crew have found Alan, he's not out of danger yet. They urgently need to get him medical treatment.
It's getting up there.
You're about 6 or 7. More? A bit more than that. We're taking on face value that he's in significant amount of pain. That was clear, you know, he was ashen white. He's been out for 9 hours. There's potential dehydration and hypothermia.
I'm going to try and get this bag off your back to make it easier for you, all right?
The tide was still dropping at this point, so thinking, you know, the longer we take with extraction, actually the further away from the boat we're going to be.
We're going to hand you over to this young gentleman here.
Hello, Alan.
All right.
You all right?
A local coastal rescue unit, the Tynemouth Volunteer Life Brigade, has arrived to help extract Alan. But the outgoing tide is now taking the lifeboat away from the beach at a rate of 3 feet an hour.
Right, we'll go on lift, ready, set, lift. Now. There you go, great. Down.
Brilliant job, Alan. Give yourself up on that. Give yourself up. Fly there, be mobile. That is the casualty in a stretcher. We're going to start heading down to the water's edge, over.
On lift, ready, set, lift.
Mobile, Yes, that's acknowledged.
The large rocks and uneven terrain underfoot mean the crew can only carry Alan down the beach in small stages.
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, move.
Going?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, stop.
On move, very steady move.
He's got him to last for
Okay, moving.
Yeah, no worries.
The casualty was in quite a lot of pain when we were transferring him. Stretchers aren't the most comfortable things. The rocks are all wet, they're uneven.
Ready, set, lift. Right, let go. Clear.
Cheers, Catherine. Cheers, Dave.
The D-class crew take the casualty through the shallow waters and transfer him to the larger Atlantic.
3, 2, 1, lift.
Nice one.
To be taken to the safety of the harbour, where Alan's injuries can be assessed by the waiting paramedics.
I was coming across the rocks and there was a flat rock
then it was wet. I fell smack, and as soon as I hit the bottom, the rock, I thought, that's bad. I thought the tide would be shortly coming in, so I couldn't stay where I was too long. So I had to crawl off, you know. There was no one about. I was isolated. There was no one anywhere, you know, for to call their attention. I was more than thankful for the boat's crew that picked us up. More than thankful. I can't praise them enough.
"20 minutes later, the Atlantic makes it back to Blythe.
Lift!
Try and keep still and keep puffing on your gas, all right?
It's been nearly 10 hours since Alan left home. Now he can be reunited with his family.
How are you? We've seen all the trouble you've caused.
It was quite shocking because I didn't realise how bad he actually was. He was very cold. I think because we didn't know the extent of his injuries either, that was quite frightening because he couldn't move.
You've got to be careful. You're wasting your breath.
It could have been quite easily another outcome. If he'd fallen differently, if he'd been closer to sea, it could have ended so badly and we would never have found him.
I cried, actually. It was relief. Yeah, I was really, as I say, just overcome because he was okay.
Oh, yes.
Hey, you're right.
15 minutes after arriving back at the station, the paramedics arrive.
So apart from your left hip, are you hurting anywhere else?
No?
He's right. I think it's going to be a trip to hospital again next year.
Alan's left hip was broken so badly, doctors had to perform hip replacement surgery.
To take that type of pain of breaking your hip, a man of that age, managing to grit his teeth and drag himself, you know, back across the rocks and get himself to a position of safety. It shows the makings of the man, I think.
Ready, brace, lift.
To save someone's life, it feels special. Someone aged 8-year-old being out for 9 hours and we still had a positive outcome was phenomenal.
A 140 miles southeast of Blythe, across the Pennines, on the opposite coast of England, is Hoylake.
Hoylake's a little village. It's a lovely place to live. We have a beautiful shoreline. It's quite quiet, but it's only 20 minutes from Liverpool.
Hoylake's one of the oldest lifeboat stations in the UK. It was founded in 1803, actually before the RNLI was founded itself in 1824.
Our history is very important to us at the station, and I think there's a strong sense of respect to the crews that went before us.
Also demanding respect is the local coastline. Hoylake lies between two large rivers, the Dee and the Mersey, which create dangerous currents and a landscape of ever-shifting sands.
There's a lot of expanses of beach at low water, which introduces the element of being cut off by the tide, and the mud, where people can sink.
We've got a very high tidal range, 10 metres on the biggest spring tides. The tide tends to find its easiest way in, so when it rises, it'll fill the entire bank in one go. You'll be looking at the shore and it's flooding, and you just look away from it and you look back and it's completely covered the bank.
Hoylake may be one of the oldest lifeboat stations in the UK, but it has one of the latest and more unusual vessels in the RNLI fleet. Introduced in 2002, 4 stations across the network now operate rescue hovercraft. So far, they've been launched over 1,200 times, saving 64 lives. And they're perfectly equipped for Hoylake's tidal mudflats and shifting sandbanks.
So I'm a commander and a pilot of the Hovercraft. In flight, as it's called, it barely has any contact with the ground other than the sails gliding across. Fantastic for the areas we operate in. The Hovercraft is a very quirky Heath Robinson piece of equipment in general. Very British. Can be a little unpredictable, but it's the kind of thing you learn to love after flying it for a few years.
August, a warm, cloudy day. A 999 call has come in. Someone has seen a man in trouble out on the Mudflats.
All we knew was there was a chap stuck in the mud. It was 10 to 15 minutes flight time. That's all we knew, really.
The station's hovercraft, Hurley Spirit, is launched immediately. The man is stuck in the mud off the coast of Liso Bay, 3 miles northeast of Hoylake.
On a show like this, the first thing we would do is check the tide. We need to know where the water is.
And it was approximately half tide on the flood, so the tide was rising and the tide was flowing at its fastest.
The crew push the hovercraft as fast as they dare, racing the incoming tide to get to the casualty before the sea does.
You can be looking at a mile of sand, and that's quite difficult to do because there can be huge pieces of wood, cans or anything, which is why we're taught how to scan the horizon, make sure we miss nothing.
After 8 minutes searching, the crew spots someone in the mud ahead.
I think it was in two minds when we spotted the casualty. It was great that we knew where he was. There was a little bit of pressure when we saw the tide. And it wasn't really till we were almost upon him we saw just how close the tide was.
The instinctive feeling that you have seeing someone in that sort of situation is that this person needs help, and they need help right now.
We probably had somewhere in the order of 10 to 15 minutes to get him out before things were going to start getting a bit tricky.
At the controls, Commander Nick must get the 4-ton hovercraft in as close to the immobile casualty as he can.
Potentially fairly hazardous part of the whole operation is coming alongside your casualty safely. The problem you have as the pilot is you're very low down, so your visibility is poor. So it's key for the commander and the crew to act as the eyes of the pilot and count the pilot down, give them whatever direction they need to come alongside safely.
2 local council lifeguards are on the scene, but they can't risk getting any closer to the casualty in the soft mud.
It's a bit of a balance between being too close, potentially scaring the casualty or even ourselves, or too far away that it's hard for us to work that casualty in the mud.
The casualty was sat in the mud. I think it was incredibly lucky that the casualty was facing away from the water. If he was facing the other direction, he'd have been able to see the water coming towards him.
If people know the tide's coming in and they're stuck, some people may panic.
Particularly in a mud rescue, the more you panic in mud, the more you'll get stuck, and the harder it'll be to help the casualty out. It was clear just from looking at him that he was really stuck. If he'd have pushed down against the sand, he'd have just sunk in further.
The man is stuck fast, and with the tide rising, the crew must get him out without becoming casualties themselves.
Our first responsibility is to make sure we don't end up in the same predicament as the casualty, so a lot of the interior parts of the hovercraft, all the seats and the benches and the locker covers, are all double up as mud mats, which you can place around the casualty.
They spread out the pressure of anybody walking on them so that they can operate safely on the mud and that they don't sink in themselves. First thing that Nick the commander did was pass Dave and I shovels so that we could start digging the casualty out. But it was clear that the shovels just weren't up for the job. We were quite close into him, and if we'd have put the shovel in the wrong place, we could have ended up injuring the casualty's legs.
In that circumstance, you can only use hands. We needed to get our hands in there and move the mud, and then we could feel where his legs were.
The mud was so thick, and the smell was atrocious, but we just kept digging.
The water was flooding in fairly quick at that time.
Over the casualty's shoulder, we could see the tide racing in.
The mud tends to be like a really thick stew, and of course it's not like you're moving it from one place to the other, you're moving it out and then it's going back.
Once I'd moved enough sand out the way, I started pulling his leg. I could feel his leg coming, Dave started scooping out a bit more mud, and as he just kept going, eventually the magic moment came where his leg just popped out.
Nice one.
We dealt with one leg at a time. We got one out, put it on the mud mat, dealt with the other one, got the other one out.
It was certainly a sense of relief for me. I'm sure it was for the casualty as well. But at the same time, there's still the risk of the mud that was all around us, so we made sure that he was supported on the boards and that we had a safe way of getting him back on board the hovercraft and out of harm's way.
"20 minutes after the alarm was raised, the exhausted casualty is pulled aboard, just in the nick of time.
By the time the casualty was sat on the hovercraft was surrounded by tide.
I'm so grateful for that.
No problem.
Once the casualty was on board the hovercraft, obviously that's not the end of it. We're still all thinking about the casualty to make sure that he wasn't suffering the effects of hypothermia.
Got to tell me, Mike, yeah, that's going to be the hardest thing.
We made sure he was fit and well and happy. A bit cold, but otherwise fine. He was unlucky to have got into the predicament that he was in. The casualty had just gone off for a walk like he often does. Things had changed, and he just caught him out. And lucky that between him and us, we got him out. Quick 10-15 minute flight back to the boathouse, nice hot shower, cup of tea.
It was only really after we arrived back at the station, once we set the hovercraft down, I think that's the moment, certainly for me, that I thought to myself, what could have been if things hadn't turned out the way that they did?
Alongside the crew's quick thinking and expertise, the unique rescue capabilities of the hovercraft were central to the success of this shout.
If we didn't have the hovercraft, it would have been incredibly difficult to rescue that casualty given the time pressure.
In that situation, for us, the hovercraft really proved its worth. It did the job that it's designed to do. It resulted in a life being saved.
Just 14 miles along the coast from Hoylake in North Wales, the seaside resort of Rhyl. A sunny but windy August day.
I was just in town when the pagers burst into life. We phoned the Coast Guard to find out that there was a report of 2 young girls getting swept out to sea. It was an ebbing tide, it was a very strong offshore wind. I knew straight away that the incident potentially could be serious.
2 teenage girls have been caught in the outgoing tide and taken over 100 meters out to sea. Lifeguards are in the water attempting to rescue them.
We could hear some radio talk between the Coast Guard and the lifeguard saying the girls had been recovered, but they were in quite a bad way.
Both girls have been pulled out of the sea and are now on the lifeboat, but they're in a critical condition. Shock and hypothermia are rapidly taking hold of them.
Hello, Coast Guard, this is Reliable. We've got both casualties in the boat. We're going to take them back to the boathouse and continue assessing. Just send the ambulance as soon as possible, over.
When we pulled them out of the water and brought them onto the shore, everyone became switched on straight away. They knew what they had to do. Time was of the essence. This was a real bad situation these 2 girls were in.
Just going to put this on your sweetheart, okay?
The fact they've been pulled from the water, it doesn't mean they're safe. There's a massive risk of secondary drowning. You only need less than a quarter of an egg cupful in your lungs to actually kill you.
Have you taken in any water? Did you swallow any? Yeah.
Secondary drowning is a potentially fatal medical condition. If water is inhaled, the lungs can become inflamed, stopping the flow of oxygen to the bloodstream.
You okay, my lovely, yeah? How old are you? 13, yeah? Okay.
The 2 girls have been in the cold waters of the Irish Sea for half an hour. Paramedics have been called out, but are currently 15 minutes away. The crew must get the girls into the warmth of the boathouse as soon as possible.
Both casualties have taken on a lot of water. We're carrying them into the crew room to warm them up if we can get the ambulance as soon as possible over.
We have big sick and little sick markers. These two girls were absolutely big sick.
Kick your legs over and straight into the boathouse.
We had lifeboats, lifeguards, coast guards, police.
Just up to the top about the ambulance, okay?
Everybody was there, and one purpose was to save these two girls.
Right, what's your name? Tyler. Tyler, okay, Tyler. You're going to be in a little bit of shock after what's happened.
Until the paramedics arrive, the volunteers of the lifeboat crew and Coast Guard rescue team must prevent the girls getting any colder and keep them stable and conscious.
Start us off for a count of 10.
When it's children that are involved, that steps it up a gear, because you think of the parents, you think about your own family definitely, and it makes you think, well, it could be one of ours, yeah?
I'm just going to swap this mask over, okay?
There's a lot of things going through your mind at the time. Your heart's going inside and you're panicking a little bit, but the thing for us is not to show that.
I want you to breathe in, hold, and then out slowly. Okay, that's it. Then in, hold.
In that situation, things can deteriorate very, very quickly, so you're constantly talking and monitoring.
Okay, I'm just going to put my hand on your tummy a second, okay?
The last thing we want them to do is to go unconscious and then potential cardiac arrest because of the cold.
Very rapid on this one, Martin. So remember, in, hold, and out. That's it.
The team must carefully manage the girl's body temperature. If it rises too quickly, her vital organs could shut down.
Try not to fall asleep for me, okay? Just try and stay awake.
Tyler, what day is it?
Say again.
Saturday.
I was trying to be very calm and reassuring with her, you know, getting her to answer questions. I ask her the same question a few times, and that gives me the level of their mindset. Because sometimes you can ask them a question, they can give you the answer, ask them again, and they don't know. You know, it's their level of consciousness.
What's your surname, Tyler? You don't know your surname? No, what day is it? You don't know? Okay, what I want you to do then is just calm your breathing again for me. Breathe in. Hey?
I'm gonna die.
No, you're not gonna die.
No, you'll be absolutely fine.
Would we be just kneeling here talking if you were going to?
But because of what's happened, your body's just going into shock, and that's why you're shaking.
Okay, Tyler. Yeah? All right.
Good.
Hearing someone say, am I going to die, it really, really sticks with you. And for her to say that at such a young age as well, that was quite harrowing, really.
That's it. Remember, just breathe in.
We wanted to give her as much care and as much reassurance as we could that that isn't what's going to happen to you.
We've all got kids, so it's always at the forefront of your mind. I would much prefer to fight a Force 11 gale any day of the week, going out to a fishing trawler or a coaster, than go to a job involving any kids, without a shadow of a doubt.
That's it, Tyler. Well done.
30 minutes after the girls were pulled from the sea, the paramedics arrive at the lifeboat station.
This is Tyler, she's 13 years old, she's taken on a lot of water, been in the water for quite a while. So our main worry is the secondary drowning side of things. Yeah, she's very confused. Your hands, babe. There you go. All right.
It was a good relief to see the ambulance crew come in, because we'd done as much as we could. We'd stabilised them, we'd got them slowly getting warmth, but they needed hospital treatment to get some specialist care, really.
The two girls were taken 6 miles to the nearest hospital and treated for shock and hypothermia.
The weather was really warm, there was like little breeze, and we went in the sea with the paddleboard and we wanted to take turns and just have a bit of a swim and cool down. We started to notice that we was in trouble when we was chasing after the board, and we didn't notice how far back in the sea we actually went. The waves were really powerful and they was pushing us back really hard. We were terrified. We didn't know what to do. First we were together, but then the current became really strong. My friend was able to fight against the waves, but I was just getting pushed further and further back. I remember trying to like pull myself up, but like I was partly giving up and I just felt my head ducking under the water. I thought that I was going to die in the sea. I don't remember much about getting to the beach, but I remember being brought into the lifeboat and given an oxygen mask. I'm so thankful for the people who saved us, because if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have been here today.
I think, if I'm honest, out of 33 years of lifeboating, she's probably the closest that I've ever seen that made it and pulled through. She was a very lucky girl.
It was a big day, that, for me and for everyone involved, because we all worked as one to get the best outcome for those two girls.
The Isle of Mull lies in the Inner Hebrides off the western coast of Scotland. The Hebrides face directly onto some of the roughest seas of the North Atlantic. Of the 238 lifeboat stations around the UK and Ireland, 4 of them guard this stretch of coastline. Mull Station lies on the northeasterly tip of the island in Tobermory.
Tobermory Lifeboat certainly has a large patch. We could go up to 100 miles offshore. If we were to go out west on our patch, the next bit of land you would get to is Newfoundland.
We cover not just the island of Mull, but we cover Ardnamurchan and Morven on the mainland, the islands of Cole, Tiree, Iona, and it's not unusual to have a shout that's 8, 10, 12 hours long.
30-year-old David has been on the Tobermory crew for a decade and a full-time coxswain for the last 4 years.
As you can see from this scenery around about us, we've got massive big rolling hills and big sea cliffs close by. As we get away from the coast, it immediately goes into very deep water. We're in 38 metres of water just now, and we're less than half a mile from the land, so it drops away just really quickly. The most seasoned sailors can get caught out in our patch. No fault of their own, our weather is unpredictable. We'll have a foot of snow one day, gales, and then the next day it's sunshine and it's t-shirts and shorts weather and taps off.
A balmy July evening.
It was a weird kind of night, to be fair. It was like a band of weather that swept all the way up the west coast.
It was forecast, but nowhere near as strong as it had blown through. It was wild. It just blew up out of nowhere.
11 p.m. The Tobermory crew are paged. A yacht is in serious trouble in local waters.
The first information we had was there was a yacht dragging its anchor in the gale force winds, and Oban Lifeboat was busy with another incident, so we were requested if we could go onto their patch to assist with this.
The yacht is 15 nautical miles southeast of Tobermory in Loch Allen. Its anchor has been ripped out of the seabed by the storm and has grounded in shallow water, so can't use its own engine to get out of trouble. It's now in danger of being forced onto rocks and breaking up.
It was going through my head, it was going to be a challenging rescue. A yacht on the rocks there, it might have been minutes before it was catastrophically damaged. The weather was just so strong.
As the Tobermory crew head out into the open sea of the Sound of Mull, the winds increase dramatically with 50-mile-an-hour gusts hitting the lifeboat.
It was force 10. It was driving rain. The wind just kept on picking up and picking up. I couldn't believe that on a July night we were getting wind as strong as this.
We were getting hit with like 50-mile-an-hour gusts. If you're driving 25 knots into it, then that's 75 miles an hour getting hammered.
An hour after the call came in, the Tobermory crew finally reach Loch Allen. But darkness, driving rain and gale force winds are seriously affecting their visibility and communication. The yacht is now perilously close to the shore.
Once we got first sight on the yacht, we could see that they were less than their own boat length from the rocks, so we had to have a plan and we had to do it fast.
The original plan was to get in close, throw a heaving line over to the yacht, attach a tow rope, tow them out, jobs are good. But the wind was catching us on these big gusts and was pushing us. Trying to throw a heaving line into 50 mile an hour gusts was never going to work. So then the plan changed and decided to put the wee daughter craft, the Y boat, in the water.
Yeah, ready, yep. Ready, stop!
The yacht is grounded in the shallows, so the lifeboat can't get any closer. The only way to get a tow rope to it is to place 2 crew members in the Y boat, a small inflatable dinghy, and send them across with the line in the storm.
Sending the crew that night in the Y boat was not an easy decision to make. Once the tow rope's in the water, it's very heavy, it gets waterlogged quickly and it does sink, so the crew have got to have a good hold on it.
Yeah, way go.
It is possible to capsize the Y boat and it's not easy to get it back the right way around in this weather. But it was the only option we had that night and that was what we had to do.
Okay, more, feet. The rope is going to sink and it's going to put weight on the Y boat. Okay, yep.
The crew must carefully control how fast they let the heavy tow line out to the Y boat, so it doesn't drag the inflatable under.
Yeah, they've just got there now, mate. It's lined up on the yacht now, so you ought to take that in.
Battling the storm, the Y boat crew finally make it to the stricken yacht and get the line to its crew.
Once the tow is established at the casualty yacht's end, we make fast or tie it off at our end. During the process of this, a big wave picked us up and pushed us back over the tow rope, and it was something we could not control. The weather had hold of us, and we quickly realised that a bit of the tow rope had managed to get underneath our hull.
Pull, come!
There's now a real danger of the lifeboat's propellers getting caught in the tow line, leaving them powerless. To make matters worse, both boats are now connected by a rope, which they have no control over, in a gale dangerously close to rocks.
It's got jammed on something down the bottom. I'll get the Y boat to take the slack.
The Y boat crew return, desperately trying to free the rope from underneath the 7 class.
A bit of slack.
We were at the stern of the lifeboat trying to see if we could get it to come off. But with the strain on the rope with the tide, it was basically impossible.
Just cut it. Yeah.
Running out of options, Cox and David orders the rope cut to save themselves and the yacht.
I got the Y boat back in with the boat hook and they snagged it as close as they could to the boat end. They took the deck knife and they cut it. They then passed that back to us so we could establish a shorter but still an effective tow. That was the turning point where we started to feel like we were winning again.
Finally, the 7 class can tow the yacht out of Loch Allen to the safety of open water.
We got out into the Sound of Mull and it was just absolutely flat calm. Just not a breath of wind. It's like somebody had turned off the wind machine and that was it. Just a nice leisurely tow up north.
4 a.m, 5 hours after the emergency call went out, as dawn breaks, the crew begin the 16-mile haul back to Tobermory. The owners of the yacht, 75-year-old Keith and his wife Nikki, had spent the last 3 months sailing up to Mull from Devon with 2 friends.
Knowing that we are getting older and there comes a time that we recognise you have to give up sailing, we wanted to try and get a trip up to Scotland, which is one of the most magnificent sailing areas in the world. Eric and Pat were keen to do it with us, so it was a meeting of minds.
When Keith and Nikki said that they would like to go to Scotland again. We said, so would we.
Yes,
Without a
love
doubt.
it.
When they heard the storm forecast, the 4 sailors decided to shelter for the night in Loch Allen.
I woke up after dark and the wind was howling and I was really worried as to whether the anchor was going to hold all right, so I got up. And I suddenly became aware that Pat was also up and equally worried about the winds.
I heard a thump, 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 and I said, that sounds like the anchor dragging.
We didn't really want to wake the men in case they thought we were just being silly about it. But in fact, I wish we had woken them before and we might not have ended up on the rocks. It was a great relief when we saw the lifeboat coming in. We just knew there was somebody else to come and help us. And we were just grateful that they'd come out in those conditions in the middle of the night.
The 4 sailors were exhausted from the night's dramas, but otherwise uninjured.
I thought our crew was brilliant that night for the teamwork, and every time something happened, we thought our way out of it. You can't always think it's going to work out the way you've planned it to work out, because you're dealing with so many things that you've got no control over. You've got no control over the weather, and you've got no control over the sea.
A year on, Keith and Nikki are now selling their yacht.
We knew before we left that we were planning this to be our last major trip. Yes, it's slightly sad that it should end this way, but one has to recognise that as you get older, you can't keep on doing these wild things.
Back home in Merseyside, Tyler has recovered from her ordeal off Rill Beach.
Sometimes I do look back and remember how scared I was and how happy I am to be sat here still. I do look forward to getting back out in the sea again, just to be more careful next time.
And 8 months after falling and breaking his hip on the rocks, 80-year-old Alan is on the mend.
My dad's been banned from checking his pots at the moment until he can at least walk properly, and I think he'll be under constant supervision now. We're going to keep you on a short leash from now on, not let you out our sight.
I haven't been down for a while, just haven't getting around to it, you know, but I'll be down again. Worst things happen at sea.
Underneath the helicopter, the downdraft is phenomenal. It's violent, turbulent, it's almost the eye of the storm.
When someone is in the water, we've got to get there as quickly as possible because they could disappear.
I'm here as well, all right? You don't need to fall any distance on a cliff for it to be shocking, but when you fall from almost the full length of the climb, it's really bad. You've been very brave.
We're an island nation, drawn to the sea that surrounds us. A playground for some. For others, it's where they make their living. But the sea's unpredictable. It can change in an instant.
The sea takes no prisoners. You always have to be prepared for the worst.
The sea is a beast. If you weren't anxious about it, you're not doing the right job.
The water was freezing.
I was thinking I was going to die.
There to save our lives is a volunteer army of over 5,000 ordinary people, ready to leave their jobs, their families, and race to our rescue.
Steady, steady. Go for it.
When the pagers go off, your heart stops. Is this a life and death situation?
In the water.
You're okay, pal.
Let go of the sail, mate. Let go of the sail.
Even that 1 second could make a huge difference to someone at home. 1 minute they've got a son or a daughter, the next minute they may not.
There we go. Emily, high five. Well done. Nice one.
I didn't think we'd get them back. I was just thinking, just please.
Are you the parents?
The lifeboat crew, without them, there's no doubt about it, we'd have lost our girls.
Equipped with their own cameras,
Am I switched on?
It's on.
the crews give us a unique insight into every call-out as only they see it.
Good stuff, that's it.
Speeding into the roughest storms, searching for people who may only have moments to live.
Gotcha.
For those who risk their lives, it has become a way of life.
If something goes wrong, you could be the only person between them and death.
Southwest England. Miles of golden beaches and sparkling seas are a magnet for tourists from all over the UK and beyond.
We've got great surf, exciting conditions if you're into that, I suppose. I mean, each to their own. A lovely coastline that changes every day, and every day is different.
The Cornish town of Newquay alone hosts over 1 million visitors a year. Watching over them are a crew of 26 lifeboat volunteers ready to come to their rescue.
The coastline around here and the patch around Newquay is rugged, it's ready and it's rough. The beautiful beaches that spread through the Newquay Bay, our natural beach of Fistral is renowned throughout the UK as the best surfing beach. It's a beautiful place.
But the rugged beauty of this coast brings with it many dangers. Hundreds of ships have sunk here over the years. Today, their wrecks have become a playground for underwater adventure seekers coming to Newquay.
Scuba diving's taken off loads. I mean, it's perfect, beautiful conditions, like you're like some of the best diving anywhere. You know, you can be, it's like you're abroad diving here sometimes. It's crystal clear visibility. I'm a bit biased because I'm a diver and I love this coast.
Early May. The sun's shining, the waters are calm.
Attention, lifeboat launching.
But the Newquay crew are on alert whatever the weather.
Please clear the area.
It's a Mayday call, the highest level of maritime emergency. It means life is in imminent danger. A scuba diver has been discovered underwater and unconscious near a shipwreck 2 miles out at sea.
Anytime you hear unconscious or anybody in the water, yeah, the hammer's down. We're getting there as fast as we can.
Even at a top speed of 35 knots, it will take the Atlantic B-class lifeboat several minutes to arrive on scene.
If he's under the water, we've got no way of finding them.
To be perfectly blunt about it, unconscious diver, I'm thinking that they're going to be dead. Knowing the depth of the wreck, having dived it an awful lot myself, 34, 36 metres, I think, you're not likely to come back from that sort of depth, really. That is, you know, that's well up there.
You'd hope that every diver has a buddy. The buddy will return with the injured diver to the surface. I'm always thinking worst case scenario because that's the background I come from. What am I going to do? What's the worst thing we could find? What and how am I going to deal with this individual?
A Coast Guard search and rescue helicopter is already overhead. The crew of the dive boat have managed to pull the diver out of the water.
He's surfaced unconscious. Bit foam's come out of his mouth. He's now conscious. We've had him on O2 for about 5-10 minutes.
Ash is there. He's the main man there. He's the paramedic, I think.
The casualty has regained consciousness. Paramedic Ash assesses his condition and tries to keep him stable while the crew come up with a plan to get him to essential medical care as fast as possible.
It was a miracle. He had oxygen on. He was to some degree conscious.
Right, Colin.
So, although he was not fully alert, he was fatigued. This was a poorly individual that I would say is time critical.
How deep did you dive? I got 31 where I was.
The crew's concern only increases with the news he was found over 30 metres down.
That's deep. It's 100 foot. Now, 100 foot, how do you visualise that? Look at a rugby pitch or a football pitch, the length of it. That's how deep this guy was on the bottom of the sea without his air loop, unconscious.
Try and get you to your feet, mate. Yeah. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Just have a seat there.
The crew's biggest fear is that the diver may be in the grip of decompression sickness, also known as the bends.
So the bends is where small bubbles become entrapped in joints into the blood vessels from not regulating at certain depths.
Put your feet round first. No, do guys. Do your feet round first, and then bring the head round. Feet round. Right, I've got him over my side.
It's fine when you're going down, when you're descending, it's when you're coming back up. If you come back up too quick, it becomes entrapped within the body, and then it causes obviously significant pain, illness, and possible death.
All right. We're going to put you up the front of the boat, all right, and then we're going to get this oxygen back on you.
Slide out, that's it.
It's all about getting them into a decompression chamber as fast as possible.
The closest decompression chamber is 50 miles away in Plymouth. The fastest way there is by air.
Another couple of goes and you're all but there.
But as they start the transfer, the diver's condition goes downhill fast.
Idea. There you go. He was coming round, but he was slipping in and out of consciousness. You could see him drop away, and pretty quickly.
Right, I want you bum down on the floor, fella. All right, so we're going to be moving. So feet down, feet forward.
Down on the floor, we'll help lower you down, okay? Me and Tim will help you lower you down.
He was ghastly, he was grey, he was white.
1, 2, 3.
There you go.
That's lovely.
All right, Tim, we got you.
The colour of a patient can indicate many things. It can indicate something from someone suffering from a significant bleed to someone that is lack of oxygenation and circulation of their body and the blood. So is their heart, is the pump working properly? Is it circulating the oxygenated blood around the body appropriately? Or has he shut down?
Cole, so listen to me. Any change in the way you feel other than any pains or discomfort? Feel exhausted, all right.
You're still against the clock for all this stuff, really. Every minute that diver is not being recompressed there, the more nitrogen's coming out, there's more risk of brain issues and then nitrogen bubbles in your circulatory system.
We're going to drop a winchman down. We're going to winch you up into the helicopter.
As the crew get in position for the sea-to-air evacuation, there's no room for error.
The helicopter and lifeboat then come under formation, so the helicopter all choose their speed.
It's going to get a bit windy.
They'll pick a direction into wind, usually, that they want to travel, and then we will formate onto the helicopter.
Being under a helicopter is a different beast again. It's another challenge. The downdraft from such aircraft as we have here is extreme. The winds created, the pressure underneath the aircraft are blowing you backwards. The noise is phenomenal and it's quite relentless, but you've got to stay focused because that is part of it. If you get it wrong, it can go dangerously wrong. The helicopter moves away and we do what we call a handover.
Right.
Hello, buddy.
This is Colin.
Hiya, Colin.
Colin's 61 years of age.
Yeah.
Was going down on a dive, started to feel a little bit unwell.
Yeah.
Was found by buddy instructor at 31 metres.
31, yeah.
Unresponsive.
That's right, so we're going to take you to Plymouth. When we get up there, I'm probably going to have to cut some of your stuff off you, okay? Because I'm going to do an ECG as soon as I get up there.
The winch wires arrived, I've grabbed the wire, the winchman's grabbed it off me, he's clicked on, and before you know it, both have lifted and gone.
The casualty is flown 50 miles to Plymouth. Just a few hours ago, he was getting ready to dive the wreck of the Syracusa with instructor Jordan.
It was meant to be just a nice dive on a wreck, taking the day nice and easy, nothing too forceful, nothing too stressful, just nice, easy, simple dive.
Over 30 meters down, Jordan noticed someone was missing from the group. He found the casualty without his mouthpiece, unconscious.
There was no sign of life, there was no struggling, there was no signals, there was There was nothing other than the occasional twitch from an arm. All I knew was I had to get this diver back to the surface. When you see a diver's face, just looking up at the surface and just completely lifeless, I mean, it's something that I hope I never see again. I hope no one in my team ever sees again, but that is something that's really kind of just cemented in my memory at this point in time.
The casualty, Colin, had been diving for 22 years. After he was rushed to hospital, 5 days later, Colin was discharged.
The last thing I can remember is at 20 metres, I thought, oh, the wreck will be coming, I shall be able to see it with my torch. I shone that down. After that, I can't remember anything. I'm not sure what happened. Well, the reason I've gone unconscious on that day still not been resolved. I don't know if it ever will be. They did say it pointed to the fact that I might have had an heart attack. I feel very grateful. I mean, I have sent letters to the RNLI and personally thanking them, and I've rung Jordan up as well.
To go for an ascent from 32 metres without anything really in your mouth, not taking a single breath, to somehow coming around on the surface. I mean, the human body is an amazing thing. For it to survive that amount of trauma and to still come through, honestly, it's just mind-blowing.
Did he make a difference? He saved his life.
We'll be lucky to see another one of these with a good outcome, bearing in mind all the factors in play here, the depth, diving, and all the things that go with it. You know, yeah, I think he's exceptionally lucky.
The emergency services as well, how critical it were to get me in that time period so fast. Without them that day, I wouldn't be here. My family wouldn't have it. I mean, my son wouldn't have a dad. My wife wouldn't have an husband, you know. Yeah, incredibly grateful. They do a fantastic job, really.
A 100 miles away in South Wales lies the seaside town of Porthcawl. Facing out onto the Bristol Channel, the lifeboat volunteers here keep guard over nearly 20 miles of craggy rock faces and sandy coves.
We've kind of got a treacherous patch, really, and when it's stormy, the sea picks up and it hits our coastline quite hard. It can be a very dangerous place to be, but it's also a lovely place to be as well.
Not just popular with the bucket and spade brigade, the Atlantic swells that roll in also make it a surfing hotspot.
The busiest beach in Porthcawl for water sports is definitely Rest Bay. You get really nice waves coming in there when the conditions are good, which attracts a lot of surfers, a lot of kayakers.
It's a traditional seaside town. It has its quirks, it has beautiful beaches, and there's a pretty good chip shop on the seafront too.
One of Porthcawl's youngest recruits is 18-year-old Yayan. When he's not on duty on the Deep Fryer, he's on duty on the lifeboats.
I joined so young because of my father. He'd been on the crew for 20 plus years, so sort of following in the family's footsteps. When I was looking for a job, I was sort of looking for somewhere where I knew I'd be able to run to the station, and I knew the bosses would be okay with me leaving.
Yeah, apparently I am the boss, yeah. That's my sentence.
With over 100 launches a year, the route from the chip shop to the lifeboat station has become a well-trodden path.
The technique is, as soon as you come from outside the boathouse, you check for the traffic. If it's clear, just commit straight across the road, and then you know you've got a clear run down. If it's busy, you maintain your route on this side of the pavement.
It takes me about half a minute running down there.
Yayan's run is more of a skip. I don't know what it is with him, but he just can't seem to get the momentum going. And obviously you want to be on this boat. We put a lot of time and effort into the training, so you want to be out there helping people.
April, 7 p.m. An urgent call comes in from the Coast Guard. A surfer is in trouble off Rest Bay Beach.
Rest Bay can be dangerous if you're not familiar with the currents there.
He's been caught in a rip current, a powerful channel of water flowing out from the shore that can be difficult to spot. Notorious among locals, this one is known as the Rest Bay Bus.
It's called the Rest Bay Bus because of how frequent it is. It's here every time there's a high tide, and just how quick it is, really. Like you can get caught out by it quite quickly.
On a really strong tide, say a big spring tide, not even the strongest of paddlers can get back.
Today, the tide is set to rise nearly 10 meters. In these conditions, anyone caught in the rip current risks being swept onto the rocky outcrop of Hutchins Point.
Once you get in close, good chance you're going to get smashed up onto the rocks, which are jagged, sharp, which are going to cause you a lot of injury.
In places, it's a sheer cliff face, and obviously the harm to somebody should they try and climb out and fall could really be catastrophic, maybe even fatal.
Yeah, we'll just go straight out, all right?
The lifeboat crew here aim to launch in 7 minutes. Today, they're on the water in 5. The alarm was raised by the local Coast Watch volunteers. Now, from their watchtower, they spot a second person in the water. A paddleboarder trying to tow the surfer out of danger.
I went into the shore break and asked him if he was okay. I don't think he really answered me. I just said, look, you just follow me out. I got him to sort of start paddling alongside me to try and get back to Rest Bay. But he kept stopping. And if you stop there in that current, you will start to go backwards. At that point, he looked exhausted. There was no way I would be able to get him out.
Three minutes after launching, the crew reached the surfer.
All right, guys. Are you going to paddle back yourself?
I'll paddle back, yeah, it'll be all right. How you doing? You just hang on to there a sec, we'll drag you in, all right? We'll come further down the boat. Is the leash still on you?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you take the leash off, mate, please.
The surfer looked quite shaken, quite scared, and sort of wanting to get on the boat and out of the water.
Sorry, I'm shaking a bit.
At this time of year, the sea temperature is less than 10 degrees. The surfer has now been in the water for nearly 2 hours.
That's it, hold it there. That's right. Okay. Well, do you think you can help pull yourself in as well? Yeah. Okay, on 3, 2, lift. Okay, mate. It's all right, take your time. You're all right. That's all right, take your time. Right, just grab a seat there. All right.
I should tell you I'm diabetic. I think I've gone a bit low.
Do you get that patch?
What's that?
It's diabetic.
So finding out the casualty had diabetes sort of turned the shout into a casualty care job.
Sorry, I'm shaking.
Instantly, we became a bit more concerned for his welfare.
Then thinking, what other equipment do we have on the boat that we may need? You don't want to scare them in any way.
We'll take you back to the station, it's only there. We'll get you back at the Rest Bay as well. We'll get you some chocolate, and then we'll get you dried off as well. Is that all right?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
With the added complication of the surfer's diabetes, the crew head back to base to get him checked over.
You've obviously been burning energy like fury now with the adrenaline as well.
Tim had gone out for a surf after work when he got caught in the rip current.
I got dragged really quickly. No matter how hard I paddled, I was just getting dragged towards the rocks. No matter what I did, I was stuck. I just couldn't get out. It was like for every time I'd take sort of 5-10 strokes, I'd be going back 20. I didn't know what was going to happen next. I really didn't know at that point. The alternative didn't bear thinking about at that time, you know?
Have you used this before?
No, I haven't.
All right, cool.
Oh, yeah, it's very similar to what
Yeah, it's going to be similar to... do you want to do it inside? We'll do it inside if that's... all right.
The crew give Tim some much-needed glucose solution to help regulate his blood sugar.
I knew about diabetes from the casualty care course I've done and things I've done in school with biology. I'd say the shout was definitely a good experience, just understanding how quickly someone can deteriorate, but also at the same time how quickly they can perk back up once you've given them the sugar they need.
All right, help yourself. There's your tea minus the tea bag by the looks of the colour on that. So, in fairness, he is out of practice making tea. I'll give him that.
Lifeboat stations run on tea, I believe. So, yeah, tea fixes a lot of things.
It was my blood sugars because I could sense they were low. Now you've given me glucose and I've had a cup of tea and some chocolate. I feel fine.
Okay, and that's how you would normally manage it if you were feeling...
Exactly, it's exactly the same.
It's just amazing to know that you have all these people that you don't know that are just there around to help when you're in a situation that you never thought you'd find yourself in.
All right, Tim, you take care of yourself, mate. All right, nice to meet you. Take care.
Given the state of the surfer, I definitely think that if there was no one there to assist him, if the paddleboarder hadn't assisted him, if no one had seen him, I think it could have proved to be quite fatal. It was a good outcome. We got the casualty back safe and he got better, so I'd say it's a job well done indeed.
Since the RNLI was founded in 1824, its lifeboat volunteers and lifeguards have saved more than 140,000 lives. Today, as more people spend their leisure time in the sea, the volunteer crews guarding our coastline are busier than ever.
There is no end of situations that people can find themselves in. Everything can change in a very short space of time.
Even on nice sunny days, things go wrong. You can break down and get into trouble quite quickly.
You're alone, one person.
Yes, I'm alone.
You can really quickly fall foul of the conditions.
When it comes to the sea, you've got to have that awareness of you'll never beat it. The sea's a beast, and if you don't respect it, it can bite you.
For the most part, we're able to help people out of that situation, but that doesn't always happen.
I think they underestimate the sea's abilities.
It never ceases to amaze me how many people get cut off by the tide. Or head out on kayaks or inflatables without any safety gear or knowledge of the wind or tide.
How are you planning on getting back, like? You paddle back? In this wind against this tide? I don't think so, matey.
You don't want to rely on luck at all when you're out there. That's where we come in.
I think the plan is to evacuate by helicopter. We're going to get you seen to hospital.
You know, at the end of the day, that's what we're there to do, and it doesn't matter who it is out there, you know, we will go and get them, like, it doesn't matter who it is.
Any chest pains?
No.
Nothing at all, you sure?
Yeah, this is good.
Just extremely cold.
The nicest thing a casualty has said to me, personally, I think, is thank you very much for coming and saving my life. That really sinks in, that, when somebody says thank you very much.
Along the Dorset coast, lying just within Christchurch Harbour, is the small village of Mudflats. Fishing has always been an important part of the community here, but over recent years the tourism industry has also flourished.
It's a fantastic place. There's a lovely harbour and quite a famous sand spit, which has some particularly expensive beach huts on it. And I think that's what most people associate with Mudflats.
There's been an inshore lifeboat here since 1963, but that wasn't the beginning of the village's life-saving history.
This is our Wall of Fame. The main one is my grandfather, Ken Derham. He was awarded the Silver Medal in 1959 for a rescue, which he did from his dinghy, which is hanging up in the station. This is what the original lifeboat was for Mudflats.
Before the modern lifeboat arrived, Ian's grandfather Ken would put to sea in an open rowing boat to save those in danger.
I think he always just, saw the need for a rescue service. It's crazy. I mean, you think about the old times when the fishermen used to go out in the rowing boats, and you just think they hardly had any protection, and you just wouldn't do it these days.
In 1959, the RNLI decorated Ken for his daring rescue of 2 boys from a capsized fishing boat in terrible conditions. 4 years later, they based an inshore lifeboat at Mudflats permanently.
I don't think anybody thinks of themselves. We don't when we're going out on the lifeboat. We don't think about ourselves. We're here to help people who are in trouble. It's a timely reminder of where our humble beginnings started. We do sort of give the lifeboat history or the station history to new members when they join. Otherwise, these pioneers would be lost to history, and they need to be remembered. I'm proud to follow my father, my grandfather into the life of the RNLI.
And those were 18, so they're not strictly speaking.
Since the days when Ken rowed out single-handed, there are now 35 local volunteers ready to answer the pager's call. These days, they're more likely to get called out to pleasure craft than fishing boats, as water sports enthusiasts have taken over the often treacherous seas on their patch.
It can get pretty rough around Mudflats. There isn't an awful lot to shelter us here. You don't have to go far to be hit with the full force of the weather and the sea.
Between the Isle of Wight and Hurst Castle, you've got very extreme currents going through there.
It easily gets up to 6 knots on a spring tide down through there. So the tidal effect can make a very hazardous situation in that area.
March, early morning. A sudden storm has sent gale-force winds tearing up the channel. A 999 call has come in from a member of the public. Offshore, a windsurfer has been spotted in the water and is in trouble.
The weather was crazy on that day. You can see the white on the water, and you know it's going to be pretty foul.
"58-mile-an-hour winds have whipped the sea up into a 3-metre swell. The crew will have to battle every inch of the way to reach the windsurfer's last known position, over 6 miles away.
I would say it's right up there with some of the worst conditions I've been out in.
The swells, 2 to 3 metres. Over.
Yeah, we were certainly getting soaked and drenched. You do get a bit of a beating in these boats, which is why you have to control your speed.
That's a nice big one. It was enough for the helm to have to turn into the waves repeatedly en route to stop the boat from being barrel rolled by swell that was coming in.
The reported location is now in their sights, but the deteriorating conditions are already pushing boat and crew to their limits.
We couldn't get close to shore because of the breaking water in there. You just wouldn't be able to do any sort of searching.
Also looking on the shoreline, see if we find anybody waving at us or anything.
There's no sign of the windsurfer. The crew need to come up with a new plan.
The wind was so strong that you got an indication that whoever you're looking for is definitely going to be downwind of where they were seen, because they couldn't possibly be upwind because it was wild.
Guy on the shore pointing over there. He was pointing this way.
As we were going along, somebody on the shoreline did actually indicate to us by pointing further to the east.
With nothing else to go on, the crew head further east and further away from where the Windsurfer was first spotted.
You get some fairly choppy seas in that vicinity.
Even in the smallest of swell, it can be difficult to see a person in the water.
When you start putting in waves and swells, it becomes almost like a needle in a haystack.
It's not only the casualty is bobbing up and down, you know, you're bobbing up and down. And if your bobbing up and down doesn't match with the casualties bobbing up and down, well, you know, you might not see them.
It's been over 15 minutes since the call came in. The crew have no idea how long the casualty has been in the water. But in these conditions, survival times are measured in minutes.
Hypothermia is certainly one of the main things we're considering. Once that sets in, it can have such an effect on the body that they can go downhill really quite rapidly.
Also, with the rough conditions, you've got to worry that he could drown.
You try and put the negative thoughts out. You need to be thinking positive that there is somebody that you're going to save. You don't want to be thinking it's too late.
Lieutenant Coastguard Special Lifeboat. So we've conducted a search along the coastline from Milford down to Hurst.
Heading further away from the original position, there's still no sign of the Windsurfer.
After a while, once we've done a search or something and we haven't found anything, and then you're going to think, well, the length of time that's been, whether you are now looking for a person or a body.
Sorry about that.
So my colleague is currently doing that now.
Oh, what on.
Mel managed to spot something. That little glimpse could be what you're looking for.
We had some big swell on the way out, but when we got to him, it was just a big mess.
I should think felt like he was inside of a washing machine.
I'm okay now.
Right. Okay, you ready? Yeah, okay. Well done, mate. Oh.
He was in amazingly good spirits, really, I would say, considering what he'd probably just been through.
Once on board, the Windsurfer reveals he's been in the water for nearly an hour and a half.
I mean, Milford's pretty rough now.
Oh, yeah, we just can't even get in there. Yeah.
He just seemed quite calm, remarkably calm, in fact. And he was as well dressed as you would have expected a windsurfer to have been, so he was wearing a really thick steamer wetsuit.
An experienced windsurfer, his mast had snapped, leaving him stranded 500 meters offshore and at the mercy of the conditions.
It was just a malfunction. Boats out have malfunctions all the time. It's just part and parcel of the jobs that we do.
I think he probably didn't realise quite how difficult those conditions were, or how much trouble he might have been in.
So the casualty had probably drifted 1.5 miles at least from where we initially started the search, and would have just kept going. So there's a good chance that he'd have been heading back out to sea.
It's gratifying personally to be the person that spotted them. You know, you kind of feel like, yay. But actually, the bigger thing is that, thank God, someone reported someone in the water and you've seen them.
Over 100 miles away, along the Kent coastline, is the historic port of Dover.
Most people visit Dover to go to France. No, people come to us because we've got the castle from the war, and like I say, it's coming over to France and to see the White Cliffs of Dover if they can.
The White Cliffs watch over the Dover Strait, one of the world's busiest shipping lanes.
Dover Port Patrol, this is Dover Lifeboat, Dover Lifeboat.
Coxswain John has been a member of the Dover crew for over 2 years and knows the hazards of these waters only too well.
It's a reasonable patch, but it's very, very busy, as you probably understand. There's several hundred movements of large container vessels, freight vessels, that run up and down the channel every day. And then in the season, there's a lot more small craft about. So it is a very, very busy stretch of water.
Patrol, Dunkirk Seaways, we're running us down for number 3, thank you.
As you can hear from the radio, you know, there's a lot of traffic, a lot of vessels moving. When you launch, it could be anything.
Every day, up to 600 ships pass through the Dover Strait along 2 shipping lanes. Between them runs a small safety zone, marked by a lightship to keep large vessels apart and away from the notorious Varn sandbank.
The idea is to avoid collisions, and being a lifeboat, we've got to try and wiggle our way through, sort of thing. So yeah, it is like crossing a motorway at rush hour.
Sometimes we can look like a pinprick compared to some of these guys when you're talking sort of 300-400 metre long vessels and we're only 17 metres, and you see them out the window coming past you or alongside you. It can be a bit daunting sometimes. Some of these ships can take a mile to stop. They're designed to keep going. They're not designed to stop and have great manoeuvrability.
Dover Coast Guard, this is Dover Lifeboat. Dover Lifeboat, Channel 0.
An August evening, the channel is crammed with craft, including the Dover lifeboat, out training. The Coast Guard radio in. A yacht has issued a mayday. They're taking on water near the Varn lightship.
So that's a very dangerous place to be at the best of times without a vessel taking on water and potentially sinking.
Although the crew are already on the water in their 7-class lifeboat, the largest in the fleet, they're still 20 minutes away from the stricken yacht.
You're still tied up, Ben?
We don't know if he's got steerage, if he's sailing or motoring at the time. And with the vessels travelling around there, there's that added potential for getting run over.
You two stay back, no fenders. Show me whether enough fenders, boys.
You don't know how quickly it's taking on water, if you're going to be picking the people up out of the water themselves.
Outside! How many people are on board? Are the people able to do anything? Are they experienced seamen? There's a lot going through your mind on your way to a job. Once the buoyancy of a boat is gone, they'll sink within seconds.
Oh, mate. That's our weight, by the way.
Yeah, it's all right.
What do you want?
0. Dover Coast Guard, this is Dover Lifeboat. Dover Lifeboat, Channel 0, over.
20 minutes after the call came in, the crew find the yacht still afloat.
So the yacht itself didn't actually look too bad. It wasn't listing over with what we'd have expected to find with a vessel taking on a lot of water.
I'm going to pass 2 crewmen to you.
And actually, you take a lot of comfort from the skipper being very calm.
The guy could not have been happier to see us.
I was worried, but trying to give it the, nothing to worry about. You know, stiff upper lip.
We're going in, looks like we're going in here.
Colin and his wife were heading to France when Sue, feeling seasick, had gone below deck and discovered water flooding in.
When I saw the level of water, I was worried. So I went back up and said to Col, I think you better come and have a look at this. I think we might be in trouble.
There's a hatch in the cabin, and it was up to the bottom of that hatch in seawater. We had about 1.2 tonnes of seawater in the boat, which we must have accumulated in less than an hour. My biggest concern was that the boat would continue to take on water and that we would sink.
To make matters worse, the tide was pulling the yacht closer to the shipping lanes, where more than 20 cargo ships pass through every hour.
Those things are moving quickly. So in 20 minutes, 30 minutes, there could have been 4 or 5 of the things hammering down the channel.
With the wind and tide against them, it could have taken 5 hours to get to the safety of Dover.
The question I was asking myself was, do I have 5 hours? And as I looked down at the water lapping about at the bottom of the cabin sole, I thought, no. Whereupon I started a dialogue with the Coast Guard.
You over? Right.
Now the crew's priority is to get the yacht and themselves out of the danger of the shipping lanes as fast as possible. But first, while there are no ships in sight, they need to stop the yacht from sinking. And one crew member is already abandoning ship.
The lady was adamant she was getting off.
There we go.
I was certainly much better off in a quiet corner of the lifeboat with my sick bag.
Where are we taking on water?
The water was actually lapping the top.
We've now got water coming up over the deck, so it's quite apparent we are actually still taking on water.
It was coming up under one of the hatches. We lifted the hatch and Ben told me to see how deep it was, so I put my arm in and it kind of kept going.
Okay, well that's quite deep, so we'll drain all of that out.
It was relatively bad, but it wasn't like catastrophic. We could save it. We could do something.
Fortunately, the 40-ton 7 class has enough room to hold just the right kit for this type of emergency.
We have the pump!
Stowed on board is a portable salvage pump.
This is going to be fun, Saf. There's not a great deal of room up here.
It can shift up to 170 gallons of water per minute. But it requires some elbow grease to get it going.
You have to get the water into the pipework first, which can be the challenge, especially if you're working in a confined area where you can't move the pipe or draw the water in quick enough.
Is that pumping yet?
You're trying your hardest to get this thing going and it just doesn't want to go.
You getting anything, Lee?
You've got the casualty watching.
I was perturbed.
Myself and Saffron are in dry suits.
Is that pumping yet?
Which is a bit like boiling a bag.
Bloody hot, isn't it?
It was boiling. It was, I think it must have been one of the nicest days of the summer. There was no wind. It was flat as a pancake.
I had to keep taking breaks from trying to get the pump to prime because I honestly thought I was going to pass out with heat exhaustion at one point.
Hey! Is that pumping? Hey, that!
Massive sigh of relief.
All right, Lee, that's empty! Yeah, it's empty. Yeah.
After nearly 15 minutes of heavy pumping, the yacht is finally drained of water.
We're happy that you cancelled Mayday. For your information, Mum, we have the vessel under tow now. We'll be proceeding back towards Dover.
Now they can begin the tow back to the safety of the shore.
Being in the shipping lane isn't the best place to be sitting around. It's like trying to change a spare wheel in the fast lane. So the decision was made to get the vessel under tow and at least get us out of the shipping lane.
Really hot.
The way I reflect is that it could have been infinitely worse.
in retrospect, we were very lucky that Sue was feeling ill and went down and detected the fact that we had a problem.
Had I not been seasick that day, we may not have gone down below for another hour, possibly.
You'd be surprised at the difference an hour can make. It could have been a case that we would have turned up looking for 2 people because the vessel could have gone down. It can make that much of a difference. You do have a nice feeling that you've done your bit, you've got 2 people home and you've managed to save their yacht as well. So it does give you a nice feeling.
Back in Porthcawl, it's in the summer months that the town and the lifeboat crew are at their busiest.
You get people come down from the valleys. You get people from England coming over. I think we've got the biggest caravan park in Wales here.
Crowds take to the water in just about anything that floats.
You'll have people going out on inflatables and getting dragged out to sea, people walking along the beaches and getting cut off purely because they don't know about the tides and not knowing how quickly the tides can come in. Like we're in, I think it's the 2nd highest tidal range in the world, so it comes in quite quick.
A hot August afternoon, a Mayday call comes in.
So normally a Mayday is when someone's in grave and imminent danger.
A Mayday call is the most extreme you'll have.
One person going to mile out on 120.
Thank you.
2 people have capsized in a dinghy off Newton Point. One has been separated from the boat and is floating offshore.
We come down the slipway that day. We could see the 2 casualties are separated. One casualty was holding onto the dinghy, so we knew he'd be okay. We just needed to get the one who was being pushed out to sea, really. The tide was taking him out.
A casualty in the water raises both the stakes and the urgency of the call.
Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, let's go.
The Atlantic 85 launches with the minimum crew needed to go to sea.
Normally we try and launch it with 4 crew. We can launch that boat with 3 crew.
It was a Mayday. It was people in the water.
Well, Flame Coast got Porthcawl lifeboat currently about to launch. There are 3 crew on board.
The crew pushed the lifeboat to its top speed of 35 knots. With little information to go on, they must assume the worst.
We didn't know if the casualty was wearing a life jacket or if he wasn't.
When there's a person in the water who's in imminent danger, then every single second counts.
To make matters worse, the outgoing tide is sweeping the sailor away from shore and out towards the Bristol Channel.
We were in the 3rd hour of the ebbing tide, which is the strongest state of the tide. You're looking at a tidal rate of up to 4 knots.
Even the strongest of swimmers would struggle against a tide of this force.
You're thinking about his physical condition, his fatigue, how much longer can he swim for? Got to get this guy ASAP because, you know, in the space of 10 minutes, he could have drifted sort of half a mile from his last known position, and then he would have been a lot more difficult to locate.
Hey, Rob, on the bow, starboard.
By the time they spot the sailor a minute and a half after launching, he's already a mile out from shore.
He was moving so quick with the tide going out.
Hi, mate. Contact! You all right? You all right?
Yeah. Yeah, we capsized.
Thanks. Yeah. You're fine, yeah?
Yeah, I'm fine,
Lovely.
yeah. Just a bit of a long swim, that's all.
The dinghy sailor had been at sea for 45 minutes.
Did he get a call?
Yeah.
He was just relieved to see us. You know, when he got into the boat, he was like, I've been swimming like mad and not going anywhere. And you could understand that. You know, he was swimming against the spring tide.
I just relayed to Milford that we got the one man on board, yeah? Milford, even Coast Guard, Porthcawl, like, whatever.
You could see yourself disappearing from his mate who was in the capsized dinghy, so he knew he was getting taken out.
That's all copied, sir. We're approaching the vessel now.
With one man recovered, the crew's next job is to rescue the second sailor, now half a mile away with the capsized dinghy.
Yeah, no, it's still.
You put one guy in to give you a hand to right it, okay? Your fella's all right, yeah? And we'll see how we go once you've righted it, okay? Oh, no, I can't right it. It's got water in the hull.
Right, okay.
It's got water in the hull.
Water in the hull, so
As soon as you've righted it, it's very unstable. Right, okay. Whose boat is it?
Hey?
Whose boat is it?
His boat.
Ah, right.
Yeah.
Friends Peter and Jonathan weren't long into their day's sail when they realised they'd forgotten a vital piece of equipment. A bung used to stop a hole in the back of the boat.
I was pretty annoyed, yeah. I was pretty annoyed that I was annoyed that I hadn't checked it. The boat was literally sinking, almost like a scene from Pirates of the Caribbean.
The waterlogged dinghy was too unstable for both men. Peter left Jonathan in the water to sail back to shore for help alone.
I was actually quite amazed by how quickly Peter seemed to be making progress towards the shore.
But he didn't make it far.
I started sailing, but by this stage, the boat was really had a lot of water inside it. It capsized a few times and I managed to get it up, but it capsized, I wasn't able to right it. And that was the point at which I thought, right, okay, we need help.
I was overboard at sea. Yeah, there was nobody else around other than Peter, who was quite a long way away at that point.
It's going.
Now the two sailors are safe, the crew just have to recover the dinghy.
Theoretically, it should only take two people to right a dinghy like that.
Can you get the boat round the other side? Or not?
Let go!
It was a lot more difficult than we anticipated. We tried from all different angles how to right it. We was losing battle every time. The boat was still full of water, so quick as we was getting it up, the quicker it was falling back down.
Let go!
I do not think the crew appreciated me diving in.
He went under the boat a couple of times to push the centreboard out.
You all right?
Is he going to come back out? What's this guy doing? He doesn't need to be doing this. We're here to help him. And yeah, he's trying to save his own boat.
Oh, mate, could you just stop going under for a minute now, yeah? Just calm down, we'll sort it out, right?
After nearly 20 minutes, the crew are ready to throw in the towel.
It's not going to stay up, is it?
God, they're actually going down channel, are they?
Luckily, Porthcawl is equipped with 2 lifeboats and many willing volunteers.
2 lifeboats, 7 guys, 7 pairs of hands to try and rewrite that dinghy that day.
Go on, mate, go. Get in the boat, mate.
I think it was.
Go get on the 85. Huh? Jump on the 85.
We put a crew member in the back of the sailing dinghy, which stopped the bow dipping under the water all the time.
Yeah.
As they begin the mile-long tow back to shore, it's a chance to impart some local knowledge.
You'd have no chance of swimming back. Yeah, it's a big tide, so probably going out at 4 or 5 mile an hour, like, you know. So you imagine swimming against that. It's just a no-go. So
they totally did not understand the full strength of the tide in Porthcawl.
2 foot of water.
Saved 2 lives, and your crew got back in one piece. So yeah, you feel like you made a difference.
Back home in East Lancashire, a few weeks after his close call underwater, Colin has made a difficult decision.
I think that's my days of diving done. At my age now especially, all good things come to an end, so it's more important to be healthy and alive.
Colin's donating his diving equipment to Jordan, the diver who saved him.
You can either sell it or keep it to dive with, whatever, and I think that's the best way. It prevents me going diving as well, so I think he appreciated it as well.
And in Porthcawl, after his experience caught in the Rest Bay bus, surfer Tim is back out catching waves.
The first time I got back in was a couple of days ago, and there was a bit of trepidation, but really, you know, I wasn't that concerned, and it was fun. I enjoyed it. It's interesting, actually, after this accident, I've kind of started moving forward in my life in different ways. Just really enjoying my friends and family a lot more, even enjoying my work more. Everything just feels a little bit more present, more valid. Yeah, really.
It was too scary!
It's a bit like getting whiplash every sort of 10 seconds.
Stay there, we'll get you on the boat.
It was a bit of a shock that they were so young and so distressed. It's never nice seeing kids that upset.
It's like being in a washing machine. It was nasty.
We're an island nation, drawn to the sea that surrounds us. A playground for some. For others, it's where they make their living. But the sea's unpredictable. It can change in an instant.
The sea takes no prisoners. You always have to be prepared for the worst.
The sea is a beast. If you weren't anxious about it, you're not doing the right job.
The water was freezing.
I was thinking I was going to die.
There to save our lives is a volunteer army of over 5,000 ordinary people, ready to leave their jobs, their families, and race to our rescue.
Steady, steady. Go for it.
When the pagers go off, your heart stops. Is this a life and death situation?
There. In the water. You're okay, pal. Let go of the sail, mate. Let go of the sail.
Even that 1 second could make a huge difference to someone at home. 1 minute they've got a son or a daughter, the next minute they may not.
There we go. Emily, high five. Well done. Nice one.
I didn't think we'd get them back. I was just thinking, just please.
Are you the parents?
The lifeboat crew, without them, there's no doubt about it, we'd have lost our girls.
Equipped with their own cameras,
Am I switched on?
It's on.
the crews give us a unique insight into every call-out as only they see it.
Good stuff, that's it.
Speeding into the roughest storms, searching for people who may only have moments to live.
Gotcha.
For those who risk their lives, it has become a way of life.
If something goes wrong, you could be the only person between them and death.
Salcombe, on the south coast of England, lies within the South Devon area of outstanding natural beauty.
Fishing industry is a really big part of where we are, certainly for Salcombe, and then further down the coast, Brixham, Plymouth, there's a very strong and thriving fishing community. We have ships pass by, we have cruise ships pass by, we have yachtsmen. I think just about every type of craft comes in or out of Salcombe at one time or another.
Watching over all this sea traffic, as it has done for the last 150 years, is the lifeboat station.
We've got 2 lifeboats. One's a Tamar class all-weather lifeboat, so capable of going to sea in any condition. And the second boat is an Atlantic 85, and that's more of an inshore boat, so that'll whiz up and down the coast and up to about 5-6 miles offshore.
Late April, a hint of a breeze, flat, calm seas. The crews of the Salcombe lifeboats are out on routine training exercises, honing their skills so when the pagers go off, they're ready.
We were simulating injured persons on board a yacht. So we actually had a yacht at anchor with one of our mannequins that we always use. We call him Dead Fred.
Okay, so he's unresponsive, so that means he's big sick straight away. Oh, we got a shout by the looks of it.
The moment the pager went off, everything changed.
Right, back in the boat, boys. Get yourself in.
It was, right, drop everything, get back to the big boat as quick as possible. Fishing vessel, 8 miles south, on fire. That's what we heard. When you hear the words fishing vessel and fire, for me it makes the hair stand up on the back of my neck. You know they have tried everything, and you are the last resort.
Suddenly you're thinking straight away, oh my God, is that a friend of mine, someone I know well? As you do tend to know a lot of them, especially here in Salcombe.
The options you've got when you've got a fire in your boat are you either fight the fire safely or you just abandon ship, and more often abandoning ship is the way to go, but even that in itself can be a deadly thing to do.
As well as the all-weather lifeboat, the smaller inshore boat, also out on a training exercise, is tasked to the location, following information the Coast Guard received not from the skipper of the burning boat, but from his mother.
My phone went and it flashed up Joe, and it was a bit of a surprising call because it was, Mum, you've got to help, the boat's on fire and sinking. Can I ring the Coast Guard? For some reason, in the panic, he didn't think of 999 was Coast Guard. So the only thing he thought of was, ring Mum, she'll sort it.
With only scant second-hand information, the crew raced to the scene, unsure how bad the fire is or how many people are on board the burning vessel.
Having covered a couple of miles, then you could see the smoke billowing out, and it looked like World War II film with lots of smoke pouring out of the thing.
Commercial fishing vessel carries a lot of fuel because they're out at sea for a long time. It's basically a floating bomb.
At that point, we still didn't know if there was anyone else with them. Usually with a boat, there would be another one, or possibly two. There's loads of places that potentially someone could be trapped.
As the crews draw closer, they spot a small life raft close to the burning vessel. The faster ILB goes ahead to investigate.
You might think you're safe in a life raft. Life rafts can get turned over in rough weather. Life rafts can burn if they get too close to the boat, and if he's in the water, you're in big trouble.
It is really scary because there's nothing you can do. You're sort of willing the lifeboats to race to the scene. We tried ringing him again, but we couldn't get through. Then you're thinking, has something else happened? Because you just don't know.
The ILB reaches the life raft, and the crew of the following boat listen anxiously for news.
We weren't exactly sure how many people were on board. The fire was quite fierce. You could see the orange flames appear and licking, and if there was somebody on board there, they weren't going to be alive.
They poured him out into the lifeboat. And I just remember looking at him and just seeing the sheer relief on his face to see that he was safe.
You could just see that he was and had been through something that was really frightening.
The boat I was on was called the Peace and Plenty 3. I was bringing the boat back round from Plymouth to Brixham for a paint-up and a couple of minor little repairs, something I knew I could do on my own. The sea was beautiful, the weather was nice, and it was just one of those days that seemed like nothing could go wrong. And then at the engine room vents, I saw there was black smoke coming out of it.
Just stay there until he's ready.
Open the engine room hatch, and I looked down and seen flames on the floor right beneath the ladder, which is where our firefighting equipment was as well. When you're in that kind of situation, the first thing that goes through your mind is, I'm going to die. And it was at that instant I decided that I was going to get off that boat.
He definitely did the right thing there. He made all the right calls, all the right decisions. He got into that life raft. He'd done everything to the book, if you like. If he had tried to fight that fire, things could have turned out a lot differently. Smoke inhalation is one of the biggest dangers in confined areas on boats, and before you know it, he could have passed out, and it just could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, just pass over.
We passed him some warm clothing, wrapped him up, and really to get him ashore was the fastest option. So the ILB just passed the life raft to us, and then they just sped back to shore as quick as they could with him.
Usually the lifeboat would tow the fishing boat back to shore, but in this case that isn't an option.
You could see how hot it was. The steel of the boat was, almost like white hot, all the paint burning off of the side of the boat. I've never seen anything like that before.
The crew tether the inflatable life raft to the cooler stern of the fishing boat, so its flashing light can warn other vessels of the danger. Then they follow the casualty and the other crew back to Salcombe to wait for the fire to burn itself out.
By the time I got into the harbour on the inshore lifeboat, I remember seeing my mum and just wanting to cry.
Seeing him get off the lifeboat all safe. A boat can be replaced. It's a huge loss. It's his livelihood. Lots of personal things have gone, but they can be replaced. A son can't.
I was there when she was towed back into Brixham. You could still smell the burning. And when we looked inside, there was absolutely nothing left. It looks like it was the electrics in the engine room, which had overheated and then created a spark. It's one of them freak accidents. It could have happened to anyone, but unfortunately it was myself. I like to think that I've got one hell of a guardian angel to get me out of a situation like that.
I think definitely that guy had somebody looking over him that day. Probably his mother.
From faulty electrics to inexperience to weather that can change in a heartbeat, when you venture out onto the water, almost anything can catch you out.
I've seen some of the best skippers out there getting caught out. There's people who drive boats every day. It just takes that one thing for 1 second and you're in trouble.
1, 2, 3, and I got you, mate. Right.
You'd be daft if you didn't admit that you'd been caught out at sea, because you learn from it. Your fellow crewmates will learn from it as well. It's not something to be ashamed of.
You ready?
Everyone has their moment. I've certainly had my moments. I've had equipment failures, and that can change your day massively.
Afternoon! How's it going, fellas? You all right?
The tide is always turning. The depth of the water constantly changes. The weather constantly changes. And you never know what you're going to get.
Are you all right?
You don't ever want to underestimate what the sea or the weather's capable of. You can head out in what appears to be relatively calm weather, but the weather can soon turn and catch you out.
I think it's really easy to get caught out at sea. That's why we're here, that's what people need us for.
As well as its coastal stations, the RNLI also operates inland, with the first river stations opening on the Thames in 2002.
The Thames may look inviting, jump in, cool off on a nice hot summer's day. It's not the place to be swimming around. The water's disgusting. If you get some of the Thames water in your mouth, you feel really ill for a couple of days. It's also freezing cold as well, no matter what time of year it is. It may look calm as anything on the surface, but underneath, there's shopping trolleys, there's debris everywhere, so you don't really want to be in there for any period of time.
Chiswick Station in West London covers a 14-mile stretch between Richmond and Battersea, ready to respond to anyone or anything caught out by the river.
We have a very wide variety of calls. The dog walkers, the dogs, we have people falling in, we have people who have had a little bit too much to drink. Oh no! And that's just on the people side of things. We have a lot of boats, a lot of rowing clubs around here.
We're known for our university boat race, so there's quite a lot of people practicing, novices, just learning to row, so they're falling out. So it's varied here at Chiswick.
Because of the need for rapid response times, a mixture of full-time and volunteer crew at Chiswick work shifts and remain at the station on permanent standby.
So I'm one of the few full-time helms at Chiswick, and we have a whole crew of about 60 volunteers. Thanks. We're on a 24/7 basis, 365 days a year, and our volunteers do 12-hour shifts. They don't respond to a pager. They don't need to live right on our doorstep, so they come in for 12 hours. They're with either myself or one of the other full-time staff. And together as a group of 3 or 4, we make the complement up for the day or the night shift.
We're the second busiest station in the country. Our response time has to be much quicker. Other stations launch in about 10-15 minutes. We're away on the water in 90 seconds.
The Chiswick Station responds to an average of 200 shouts a year.
We have a direct line from the Coast Guard.
It's just an old-style telephone with an extra loud ringer on it.
We call it the bat phone. It makes you jump out of your skin because it always goes off when you least expect it.
A sunny Sunday afternoon in late September. Blue skies, tide on the turn.
So the initial call was for a dog in the water. Liam and myself, we made our way down to the boat, got the boat fired up and ready to launch. I've seen a dog drown, and I've seen a dog nearly drown, and the fear in their eyes is no different from a human, so I have a need to try and get them out as much as I would with anyone else.
As the crew speed to the scene, the already urgent shout takes a turn for the worse.
Some more information comes over the radio that the owner has now entered the water. For us, that sends goosebumps all over your body.
If you've got people in the water or animals in the water, they're always a time-critical call. We have sirens, we have blue lights, and we try to make the best speed we can to get to the scene. But we have fast-flowing currents, up to 10 knots, which is about 11.5 miles an hour. So you can travel half a mile in minutes. From the initial call, it took us 10 minutes to actually arrive at Wandsworth Bridge, so that was pretty quick. She wasn't adrift, which is a big bonus. She'd gone down the steps and recovered the dog at the steps, which was really good, but they were straight up and down, so she couldn't climb any further. The dog was resting on her legs, and she was pretty much wedged there.
Do you want to grab the dog and I'll grab her?
The casualty was gripping onto the ladder with all of her might. There's a big force of water pushing on that lady. And fair play, she was holding on to that dog and that ladder. There's just pure adrenaline power in that.
No, mate, you all right? Yeah. As we've arrived, we create a wash that will follow us in, so we have to make a very slow approach, so we don't want to trap her with the boat. Go back.
She was quite reluctant to let go of the dog, as you would be if it was yours. But she wasn't going to hold on for much longer, and that would have resulted in her going into the river and into the tide.
Right.
Don't let me go.
No, that's fine. Don't worry.
I've got you.
Get you in first.
Oh, thanks.
It's okay. Take a seat. Come over here. Come over here. That's it. Keep coming.
So we grabbed the casualty off of the ladder. We had to get all of her trust in us to bring her on board and for us to take care of Brodie. She's quite a sizable thing. It's quite a struggle getting her on board.
The dog was shivering a little bit, but quite compliant and I think very eager to get into the boat.
Okay, are you cold?
Get a blanket.
As soon as the dog came on board, the excitement was intense. We were trying to deal with the casualty, where Brodie was trying to have fun and games.
Have you drunk any of this water?
No.
No.
I'm not sure whether she has though.
We'll get the blankets for the dogs and the humans, so basically stop the dogs from soaking us when they have a good shake.
We were trying to do as much casualty care as we could in the short journey, and Brodie was getting in the way and thought it was grand to give us all kisses and get us all soaking wet.
It was a very hot, sunny day, and we decided to stroll along the river. Brodie all of a sudden went under the fence and she was on the ledge, and she slipped, she lost her footing and she went in. I was absolutely mortified. I thought, she's going to drown. This is it, I've lost Brodie. And it was only when somebody shouted, oh, there's a ladder further down, that I got her to swim towards the ladder.
Hello, mate.
Oh, thanks ever so much,
That's
Doris.
all right, no problem.
I thought nobody'd get to me.
No, we were...
It just seemed ages.
Yeah.
She was incredibly lucky for us to arrive when we did. It could have been potentially a nasty outcome, but luckily we got there just in enough time.
Don't need it.
Yeah, I'll take her for a moment.
Like that. It's good. Good. Lovely.
Oh, thanks ever so much.
What would I say to the crew that rescued Brodie? They have got my eternal thanks and my gratitude. They are, well, my lifesaver.
Brodie. Good girl.
Having a successful outcome is always nice. It's the dog's happy, the owner's happy, we're happy because we've done our job. It's what we train for. It's happy days all round, really.
I'd definitely class that as a life saved.
Thanks, guys.
I'd certainly say that was a dog saved, yeah.
The Bristol Channel, stretching from the mouth of the Severn Estuary to the Celtic Sea, is the UK's largest natural inlet with a world-class claim to fame.
The estuary we've got here has the second highest tidal range in the world, some 13 metres. Having such a big tidal range can very easily catch people unawares. It can rise or fall a good 3 metres an hour at its fastest.
Over 70 miles long and 30 miles across at its widest point, the Bristol Channel also contains just about every maritime hazard, from islands to sandbars and mudflats and extremely busy shipping lanes.
There is a saying that if you can manage boats in the Bristol Channel, you can manage them anywhere.
Watching over this vast and dangerous stretch of water are 15 lifeboat stations, including Penarth and Barry Dock on the Welsh coast.
So we got an all-weather lifeboat, Trent class. From Barry, we cover both the Welsh and the English coastlines, so it's a huge area to cover. Penarth are our nearest neighbours. They're 6 miles up the coast from Barry. Our flank stations are a huge resource for us, particularly the inshore stations.
We do a lot of training sessions together, and the crew will often visit each other's station for familiarisation with the different boats and equipment.
What we thought we'd do for you guys, if you haven't been on the boat, is just to show you around.
We need to make sure that we keep a relationship going with our flank stations. You want to know each other's names. You want to know what their boats are capable of. We don't see each other very often on a shout, but when you do, you really need each other.
Late March, early morning, fastest tide of the year.
I was in bed, asleep when my pager went off. I went to the window and opened the curtains and saw how misty and foggy it was, and it looked quite gloomy. So the first thoughts going through my head were, when you can't see the other side of the channel, you know, it's going to be quite difficult out there.
The call has come in that 3 commercial sailors are missing from their ship and are now overdue.
Okay, everyone holding on. Powering on. Release.
3 men had left Whitmore Bay in Barry early hours of the morning in a small orange rescue vessel heading back to a ship off the coast of Minehead and hadn't arrived back at the ship.
And then we're going to come back towards Flatholm, okay?
Ordinarily, for something of this nature, you would expect there to be support from a search and rescue helicopter, but due to the conditions, they were grounded. And so we requested we launch the lifeboats at Burnham-on-Sea, Weston-super-Mare and Penarth to start helping to search the areas up tide of where we were searching.
I was told the Barry Dock were already on the water, Minehead were on the water as well. If our flank stations are being tasked at the same time as us, you know that the shark's probably going to be a big one.
We knew there was going to be an orange boat had been reported overdue with 3 sailors on board, somewhere in the Bristol Channel. It's a huge area, and we knew the time was of the essence.
If you pick anything really small up on radar, Jan, let me know.
Hearing the phrase overdue has a bit of a resonance with me. My aunt drowned in a boating accident, and they were overdue, but nobody called it in till about 6 hours after the accident happened. So, yeah, it makes me prick up my ears and think about that, and I don't want that situation to happen to them. And the adrenaline gets going, you kick into another gear, and you go, right, let's get out there and let's find them.
Okay, James, if you look on that side of the boat again, and I'll look on the port side.
An hour after the sailors were reported overdue, there are now 6 boats from 4 different stations and 24 crews scouring the Bristol Channel looking for them.
We all on the boat realised the amount of time that they'd been missing for starts to reduce the likelihood of finding them safe and well.
You're thinking about what the tide's doing, how fast it's going to be running, what condition the casualties are in, have they fallen in the water, are they hypothermic? It's always in the back of your mind that you could potentially be recovering 3 bodies.
Okay, I carry on. That's very helpful. There's nothing discernible.
Okay.
They could have easily have been run over by a ship, so there was a real risk that actually we were looking for 3 people in the water. It's really hard to spot somebody in the water even when the conditions are good. Fog makes that eminently more difficult.
Working in the fog is a hell of a lot harder. You've got that need to go and find people, but you have to slow everything down in the fog.
The visibility was so poor once we were out at sea that your mind very much plays tricks on you, and where you're trying to work out whether it's the local shipping buoys or is it a vessel that you can see. It's very deceptive.
What's that black in the water? It's a bucket. No, it's a bucket. That's all right, Jim. Yeah, we'll go back to it.
Though the report only came in an hour ago, the sailors have now been missing for well over 5 hours. And because of the fast-flowing tide, with each passing minute, the search area grows larger.
Okay, everyone hold on.
We concluded that they might have made it to one of the 2 islands in the middle of the channel. And so we saw those as things to go and check out and search as part of this.
On the boat radio, speak to the deep and say that we've gone down to Sully Island, we're on our way to Flatholm. They give us an update when they finish doing their area.
In my head, if they were on the route from Barry back to their cargo ship at Minehead, if they'd lost any power, they would have drifted probably quite quickly and moved considerably on the tide up to the area that we were searching. So I was just looking out for anything unusual on the shoreline, on the islands, and obviously for orange rib.
As we approached Flatholm Island through the rain showers, we rounded the island to the north side and spotted an orange boat high and dry on the beach.
My first thoughts were, that doesn't look like a rib.
What are those classy boats called again?
Are they called Jano? It looks like a Jano, but is that not a rib? I know it's not an inflatable.
There's life jackets in there as well.
Hello? Called it in to the Coast Guard. Said, well, it's not an orange rib, it's more like a Jano with a 20 horsepower engine on the back.
Yeah, just a sit rep. We have currently reached Flathead Island and found a small, it's not a rib, it's a small orange vessel. Some life jackets inboard, but no persons visible, over.
This is Wilford, roger, that's Sans, so not like our vessel. Are you able to put anyone ashore to have a look over?
Yeah. 2 crew members.
There's a relief that you may have found them, but you found the boat, not the people. And we know there's 3 sailors missing.
Flatholme Island, a former cholera sanatorium, is now a largely uninhabited nature reserve populated by seabirds, teams of seasonal volunteers and a full-time warden.
When James and I got onto the island, we had a look in the boat and there were 2 silver, foil jackets, obviously being used in the bottom of the boat. So there were definitely 2 people that had left that boat.
Go straight up the steps, mate. We need to see if there's people there.
There's no sign of anyone with the boat, so we know we need to now search the island to find out where they are and to find out if they're injured.
Right, get in touch with the D-class on 31. Tell them to come to Flatholme.
You don't really know what sort of state you're going to find them in. You don't know how cold they're going to be, whether all of them are there, whether somebody's fallen out of the boat. It was really important that we found them on the island quickly.
My main focus was to think, if I'd come ashore, where would I head? Which for me would be the main inhabited building. So I made a beeline for that whilst Jen was checking all the smaller huts on the way over. Just shouting out all the way across the island, trying to get some response from anyone who might be there.
I was lying in bed, enjoying a lie-in. Knock, 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 knock. Matt! There's someone shipwrecked. So, I went downstairs to have a look, and there was 3 guys sat there with blankets on. They're all just shivering, and they sort of sheepishly looked up and were like, hi.
This is Penarth Lifeboat, go ahead of it.
We found 3 casualties on Flatholme Island, all safe and well. James was walking.
We didn't realise there was a big search operation going on until we went over to call the lifeguard. So we went outside to get better reception, and whilst we were outside, a guy came sprinting over, and we thought, okay, yeah, there's 1 crew out looking. And then before we knew it, there was 3-4 lifeboats surrounding the island, a Coast Guard helicopter landing, paramedics rushing over. So this very quiet island had gone from blissful peacefulness to just all action, go, go, go.
Milford Coast Guard Penarth Lifeboat, we've located the 3 casualties on the island who are safe and well. Our Alpha is now doing more assessment with them, over.
It's a huge relief to know that the search part of it is over. You found the boat, you found the 3 casualties, and they seem to be okay.
Milford Coast Guard Penarth Lifeboat, yeah, our Lifeboat Alpha has spoken to the casualties and confirmed they are from the vessel. Their medical status is all fit and well, but they are very cold, over.
They were incredibly lucky. Those islands aren't particularly big, and it would have been a very easy thing for them to have been swept past those islands on the tide.
We go out on a lot of searches. We spend a lot of time out on the water and usually come home without finding anything. So to go out on this one and find 3 guys was a really good feeling.
It turns out that the casualties got lost in the fog on their way back to their ship from a spot of shore leave.
Hi guys. No problem.
I think they thought it would be very straightforward to just pop ashore and make their way back to the ship. But with the tides that we've got and the poor weather, it's just so easy to get lost.
When we found out that they'd been out in the middle of the channel in low visibility, when you think of the ships that are coming up and down, they were in quite a lot of danger.
We were delighted with the outcome, and for the crew, not just of our lifeboat station, but all of those crews involved, it was a great day for us.
That is my first successful search. Coast Guard Penarth Lifeboat, over.
We were tasked to go and find 3 guys in an orange rib. We found 3 guys in an orange rib, and they were being taken back nice and safely. Job done.
50 miles east of London, at the mouth of the Thames estuary, lies the town of Sheerness.
Sheerness is a coastal resort. It's a holiday destination for many people from London. They do lots of water sports, angling, fishing. All around the island they do sailing, and there's several sailing clubs on the island. It's a busy little place in the summer months especially.
There's been a lifeboat here since 1970, with the current station responding to more than 100 shouts a year.
The area that we cover on Sheerness Lifeboat ranges right the way around the island. There can be cliff faces, mud flats, sandbars. It's a really mixed bag of coastline. Sometimes people are walking a dog or they're walking the kids and they're looking at the ships and don't necessarily realise that the water's coming in around them because the tidal range is quite high.
Local boy Malcolm has been on the lifeboat since 2010, juggling volunteering with the demands of running his fishing tackle shop with partner Kerry and their 2-year-old daughter Alice.
Me and Kerry met on the crew. Kerry joined the crew. And
we actually didn't get on very well, did we?
Yeah, no, we didn't get on initially.
We didn't get on at all, yeah.
Well, we did, but it was strictly professional, you know. That's how I looked at it. And then Kerry wanted some help with some chart work because she was struggling with some chart work, so I went round and gave her a hand with some chart work.
Have to plot courses?
Yes. Plotted a course to make in Alice.
Currently left on maternity leave and haven't yet gone back. We struggle with childcare, so it's one or the other. And Malcolm's obviously more useful, he's helm, so for such a great cause and passion and the adrenaline rush and the buzz that you get from the pager going off to getting down there, seeing what you need to do, it's yeah, I miss it. Hopefully when she's a bit older I get the chance to go back and try and squeeze back into where I was and progress.
Parenting and volunteering make for uneasy bedfellows, because when the pager goes off, so must you.
It's exactly what happens when the pager goes off. You know,
Saturday evening, early March, tide rising.
So the information was that we had a young lad stuck in the mud at the bottom of some cliffs.
The casualty, we got told, had been stuck for quite some time. It was dark and getting colder.
The casualty is around 3.5 miles away from the station, somewhere between Minster and Eastchurch.
I've been tasked along that particular stretch on a few occasions. It is quite treacherous in that the tide can cut you off and the mud is really soft. And if I'm honest, I've got to admit that I've been stuck there myself when I was a 10-year-old boy.
It is cold outside, so we've got risk of hypothermia and also shock, mainly.
People start panicking when they're in mud, and then that's when it just starts going wrong, because you just start sinking quicker.
Because of the shallow, muddy conditions expected around the casualty, the decision is made to launch the D-Class, which will be able to get right up to and even onto the shore. The D-Class has a maximum speed of 25 knots, which should get the crew to the scene in under 10 minutes. But though time is critical, so is getting to the casualty safely.
When you go out at night time, you've got to stay switched on and make sure everyone's focused at trying to look for the same thing.
You see, Mel? You see?
There's a lot of stuff in Sheerness Harbour to aid you in navigating a boat. Big flashing buoys or sticks or marks that everyone knows there that are charted. But there's always a log in the dark or a buoy that's not charted. There's always a possibility of hitting stuff like that.
Get down a bit lower.
The casualty alerted the Coast Guard using his mobile phone. He was advised to use its light to help guide the lifeboat to his position. But there's a problem.
The next part of the information was that the young lad, he had 2% left on his phone, which really worried me straight away. We've got a massive area that we needed to search, and if we're trying to find somebody, it's going to take a while.
Organisation for paraplegics, have they done a bit to
was trying to get to him as quick as we could, even though we maybe have got 4 people in the boat and there's 4 eyes on. To try and find somebody in the middle of the night underneath some cliffs is going to be really, really difficult.
Val, what's that light over there? I just saw a light.
They just gave us a rough time he left and what time he called Coast Guard. So between the crew, we worked out how long it should take to walk from Eastchurch to Sheerness and how far he really should get. And then that's when we saw a light.
Strike, what's that light? Straight on the nose of the boat, on the edge of the corner. Just watch it, look. See it light up? Dead ahead over there, you've got a light what keeps flashing. The last set of white lights. Yeah, no, I think I see it on the cliff. Yeah.
Me and a couple other crew was like, yeah, it's him. Let's get there quick and get it done.
Keep an eye on where that light comes. Yeah, I'm keeping an eye on that light. It's dead there. Keep an eye on that. That's that man. Yeah, that's him. It's got to be in him. Got to be, yeah, that's him, mate. Whereabouts is it? That's Eastchurch Holiday Park. Yeah. At the bottom of the cliffs.
As they draw closer, the crew realise it's not just one light flashing in the dark.
Say there's 2 lights there, mate.
And we got there and it's like, okay, no, it's not him. And and we could clearly see it was a couple of fishermen off the shoreline.
It looks like those. It's a pair of anglers. They've got a fillet lamp on.
It feels like 5 to 10 minutes you've lost, and you sort of kick yourself a little bit because it's not, that's not what you went there for.
After valuable time lost chasing down the wrong light, the crew resume their search, aware that the tide is rising, the temperature is falling, and the casualty's phone is running out of power.
We was worried a bit about the time. The tide was coming in a bit more. Our options was really running out. We was on the verge of calling the helicopter.
Helm made the decision to start coming back along the cliffs. And as we did, straight away there was this tiny little light, not as clear as the first light we saw, but we could definitely see something twinkling.
What's got another light there? Huh? What's got another flashing light there? We're going to investigate that. I think that's him, mate. Not a lot, by the looks of things.
As we got closer and closer, he started trying to wave the light. So then that's when we realised that we was going to the right place.
It would have been a lot more difficult to find him without the light. We have got equipment on the boat that help. We've got like thermal imagery camera and stuff on the boat. But him having that light made our job a lot easier.
Yeah, it's definitely him, boys.
They found the casualty, but the crew also discover he's dangerously close to the rising waterline. They need to get him out fast without becoming casualties themselves.
Our plan for when we got there really was to make sure that we didn't put ourselves in danger straight away, because obviously if he's sinking in mud, then are we in danger as well?
Yeah. The casualty when we first got there was panicking and shivering and not making a lot of sense.
Yeah, boys, I'll be your torchman.
So it gets alarm bells ringing, and all I was thinking, and all the other guys were thinking, was we've got to get him off the beach quickly and get him warm again.
Logan, hold my hand. Stand up. Can't do your legs, right? Okay, Aaron, can you do me a favour, mate? Yep, just want to put him away from here and onto the sand. Can you get his legs for me, please, mate?
Yes, no.
I did get him underneath the arms, trying to start pulling him. He started to come up a little bit, and then just stuck. So it was just bare hands. We had to use our bare hands. We didn't have any shovels or anything like that, and we just started to try to dig him out. That's all we could do.
3, 2, 1, Logan. I'm just going to pull you, mate, all right?
He's out, Damo. He's out.
Yeah. Okay, mate. You're out in the mud, all right? Logan, all right? You're going to be all right, son, all right? Yeah? We'll get you to safety in a minute.
Do you want me to go get a blanket?
The casualty, now free from the mud, is still far from safe.
He was freezing, his body was shutting down, and that was the cold and the mud and how wet he was as well. He was in massive danger.
With the temperature heading to a low of 7 degrees, he's at risk of developing severe hypothermia.
Hypothermia can kill you. And the casualty at the time had been stuck for over an hour, and it was dark, and he was wet and exhausted from struggling.
The crew call for assistance from the Coast Guard and do what they can to warm him up.
I'll pass the message on. Yeah, get the blankets. Yeah. Jace, tell Coast Guard to meet us at Minster Beach.
Yeah, for an extraction.
You could see that he was getting cold, he was going pale, he was shivering, and he just wanted to sleep, close his eyes at all times. So we managed to put a balaclava on him, then put a blanket on him.
Logan, you can't walk, mate, can you? No, that's all right, mate, no worries, that's fine, mate, don't worry. Right. We'll get you onto the boat, don't worry.
It might feel a little uncomfortable, mate, but it's just to keep your face warm, all right?
We had a casualty who'd exhausted himself trying to pull himself out the mud. His legs didn't want to work.
3, 2, 1, up we go.
So we pretty much picked him up and carried him between us onto the boat.
Just bear with me, Logan. I've got one leg. Just need you to lift the other one up.
And then laid him down. Told him that it was probably going to be not very comfortable for 10 or 15 minutes until we got him to shore.
Gonna keep you warm like this, yeah? You warming up a little? Yeah. Just also try and keep your eyes open for us and all, yeah, mate?
When someone's really cold like that, they feel like they might want to go to sleep. It's important for us to not let them go to sleep.
Logan, mate, can you hear us?
Keep talking to us, yeah?
Yep.
My job on the way back was just to keep him awake, talking, and just to try and warm him up.
Right, Logan, keep talking to us, mate, about anything. Been watching the football today? Not a football man? Rugby?
You come out of really, really random things, from what's your favourite colour to, you know, do you like boats? You know, I'm sure he doesn't like boats because he's now in a boat that's travelling really fast and he's getting knocked about everywhere. But yeah, you all come out of random questions. You know, as long as you get a yes or a no back on that, that's, yeah, you're happy at the end of the day.
Do you still at college? Do you have a job? What do you work as? I don't know, I can't remember. You can't remember what you work as?
I can't feel my legs.
It's just your legs you can't feel, yeah? Got any back pain?
A bit.
A little bit of back pain, yeah? Are you warming up at all? No! Damien, try and get me another blanket out.
Yeah, mate, yeah.
So when I was speaking to him and I saw that he didn't reply or respond...
Logan, yeah? Good, keep talking to me. Drifting.
Yeah, it became a bit more of a worry because I wasn't sure whether he's passed out.
Just keep talking to me, mate. Nearly there. Nearly there. Won't be too long now. If you count to 10 with me, and we'll be there, yeah? Try and count with me, come on. Yep.
3.
Yeah, look at that. You didn't even have to get to 10, mate. We're here, yeah?
When we got him back to the meet-up with Coast Guard and ambulance, we grabbed a stretcher from the Coast Guard truck.
All right, Logan, we're just going to move your legs, mate.
Right, Logan.
Ready on your call, on your call.
Yep, are you ready?
Yep.
Steady, and roll,
yep.
roll, stop. Yep,
just click me feet.
I remember being dragged off that mud pile onto the shore. Then I remember feeling the bumps on the boat. And then I remember laying on a stretcher. It was all quite a blur for me.
Just support his neck, Jay. And now I'm just going to wrap him again.
I was walking towards Sheerness when it started getting dark, so I decided to head back. The sea was coming in, meaning I had to go more and more inshore. Coming up towards East Church, I had to go over this sort of mound of mud. As soon as I put my right leg onto it, my leg just went straight through.
Logan, stay with us. Stay with us. Keep talking for us, Logan, yeah?
I was trying to dig myself out. I was trying to sort of throw my body about to pull it out. But as I was digging, I just sunk deeper. And at that point, I got really concerned. I was thinking I was going to die.
Okay, ready? Brace, lower.
The casualty, Logan, is transferred to an ambulance and treated for hypothermia.
I don't think I realised how serious it was until we actually got it over and done with and that he was in safe hands again. And then obviously when I got back to the station is when it probably set in that we actually just technically saved a young lad's life.
I'm so thankful to them. I've seen them and thanked them personally because without that group of people, I could have been gone that day.
I think that if we hadn't have intervened, then the outcome would have been different. So, yeah, I think it was a life saved, yeah.
Of the 15 lifeboat stations watching over the Bristol Channel, the busiest is Porth Call, on the south coast of Wales, averaging around 70 shouts a year.
Porthcurl's situated pretty much right in the middle of the Bristol Channel, I'd say. We've got nearly everything on the Porthcurl patch. Caves, rivers, big expansive beaches.
We get cracking surf coming in, brings a lot of tourism in, and then we literally go the other way up the coastline and we got sheer cliff faces, jagged rocks. It can be a very, very dangerous coastline then.
Porthcurl Station has 2 boats, an Atlantic 85 and the smaller D-Class, as well as a team of 36 operational volunteers ready to respond to the pager at a moment's notice, whenever that might be.
The most inconvenient time for the pagers to go off has to be probably when I'm on the toilet.
When you're in bed at 12, 1 o'clock at night and the pagers go off, and then you know you've got to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning and go to work, you know, it's not great then.
I don't know. I either spend a lot of time on the toilet or the pager goes off at the most inconvenient times, I don't know.
But when the pagers do go off, all available volunteers make their way to the station, aware not only that every second is crucial in a potentially life or death situation, but also that the first on station are most likely to get a seat on the boat.
The thing you're looking for as you arrive down the lifeboat station is how many cars are there, how many crew have got there before you. And on this particular occasion, I could see the boat actually pulling out of the lifeboat station, so I knew there was no chance that I would be going afloat.
The reason for the rapid launch today is that the call-out is to a suspected person in the water.
When you hear those words, it makes the hairs on your back of your neck stand up, and you really focus on the task in hand.
Are they alive? Are they not alive? Something you're going to get there as quickly as you can and hopefully try and, you know, get them on the boat and get them recovered, get them back to the station as quickly as possible.
With time a major factor, the faster Atlantic 85 is launched first, followed almost immediately by the D-Class. Both boats speed to the Ogmore River, just over 3 miles from the station, where the casualty has been spotted.
We've had quite a few shouts at the Ogmore River, and there are very, very strong currents and little crevices in the banks of the river, so you can get swept into those little spots. So we know it is quite a serious place to get called out to. Depends on the tide and the conditions as well.
At the time, the tide was going out, so, you know, time is more critical than getting on scene, because with the river mouth, obviously all the water going down into the ocean, and it creates a good current which can drag the casualties out to sea.
En route to the scene, more information comes through about the potential casualty.
First informant gave the information to the Coast Guard that they had apparently, I think they heard calls for help and noticed a log floating across the river with a red object which appeared to be clinging on to the log itself.
With the state of tide, there was a lot of debris in the water, so it was just eliminating all the debris and just looking for that red object.
Say by the flats, hey, where are the flats at?
Bristol Channel is not the most clear of water, so it is very hard to see someone in the water. You know, if they're not waving to you, it can be very difficult.
Back at the station, the crew who didn't make it onto a boat still play an active part in the shout, monitoring the radio, scanning the bay, looking for a flash of red amid the blue.
But no, it's always good for us just to have an extra pair of eyes using the binoculars, just in case you do come across anything that doesn't seem quite right. Once the lifeboat had launched and the tractor was safely at the top of the slipway, we all tend to huddle around the radio to listen to the developments, just to know whether we need to do anything, get the defibrillator ready or get the lifeboat station prepared. It's almost like a mini command centre. You've got the station management here ready to help when they can, along with all the fellow crew that haven't quite made the boat. If it is somebody who is needing CPR, by the time the lifeboat gets back to the lifeboat station, the crew on board will be physically, emotionally and mentally exhausted, and that's when it would be down to us to take over.
But as they gather round the radio and scour the coastline, the news coming back is not encouraging.
I've seen nothing in the river mouth, and we suspect that if there is anybody in the water, it is river, over.
When the lifeboat arrives on scene and there's nothing to report, that's when you start to question the outcome of this incident. It's going to be one of two things. It's either going to be something of nothing, or it's going to be tragic.
Thought process as helm is, what other assets can we use? Is it worth getting more, for instance, a helicopter on scene, other maybe flank stations to maybe support us in finding this casualty?
The decision is made to split up, with the 85 standing guard at the river mouth, while the D-Class heads upriver to conduct a shoreline search in the shallower waters.
You're pretty much just scanning a lot of crevices, so you're making sure that you're looking into these sort of areas where the current can flow.
You've got a line of debris in front of you.
We are taught to not move your eyes but move your head, just to decrease that time of, getting tired eyes. But trying to look for a tiny little point in the expanse of a sea, it can be very tiring. It doesn't sound like much, but it can be exhausting.
The report was of a person hanging to a log coming down the Ogmore River.
Yeah. We think of it down the waters, but my concern is it was too far.
We went up the river as far as we could, as safely as possible, and then once we got to a level where we couldn't go any further, we turned around and come back, and we're checking the bank and obviously the river itself. We're hoping to find somebody or something, but we're hoping not to find anything really in the best case scenario. So we're looking possibly for a body, a person who's injured maybe, someone who's semi-conscious, you don't know. We were coming down about 100 metres from the river and mouth, and Simon, who was helming, said, "What's that on the bank?"
There is something over there on the edge of the water, look. On the edge of the river mouth, yeah? It's red.
I think we could just about see a red object now and then in the surf line, but we couldn't make out what it was.
The decision was made then to go ashore and just investigate as to what this item or object was.
When we heard that they had spotted something on the beach and they were sending a person ashore to check it out, there's an element of relief, but then at the same time, what condition are they on the beach? So it's the not knowing can be really, really quite frustrating.
I was put ashore. I made my way over to investigate as to what this red object was. It was a little red motorbike.
The news came through that the person in difficulty wasn't actually a person in difficulty, it was a child's plastic motorbike.
The child toy with the log, I believe that was the one the first informant saw, because we're pretty happy this was a false alert.
Instantly you're met with a sense of relief to know that there isn't anybody out there. There isn't anybody that needs your help, and everybody is safe.
It's a little bike. It's a little red bike, but there is a log.
It does lighten the mood, yeah, especially when you come back with a little plastic motorbike.
Quite funny, really, because it was one of those ones where you went out with a little bit of dread, but then come back with a bit of humour. I suppose it was quite a funny feeling.
I can easily say I'd rather be picking up a toy motorbike than a body.
We'd rather be called out than maybe that one time where somebody doesn't call the Coast Guard and then maybe it is actually a person in the water who does need our help.
It's probably up there with one of the most strange things that we've rescued. Something that was initially quite serious turned out to be something quite straightforward. I've been called out to a seal before, who was fishing, and a member of the public was quite concerned that it might have been a person struggling. So we went out to see Sammy the seal. He didn't want our help, he was fine.
Back in South Devon, and despite the trauma of escaping from a burning boat, Joe still feels the pull of the ocean.
At first there was a bit of doubt whether I'd come back or not, but
It was something that I knew I needed to do. It's always going to play on your mind a little bit, but got to get on with it. There's a job to do.
Joe is now crewing a new boat, and though no longer a skipper, is just happy to be back at sea.
This is the best job in the world. Out in the sun, out in the fresh air, and being your own boss. And hopefully I'll have a boat skipper again in the near future.
1, 2, 3, move.
Casualty was in a pretty bad way when we got to him. There was possibilities that there was hypothermia setting in. I was genuinely concerned for him.
Tried to hold the boat as steady as I could, and then there was a couple of larger waves that came in. I just wasn't sure on how I would get the kids out of there.
Just gonna put this on your sweetheart, okay?
We had lifeboats, lifeguards, coast guards. Everybody was there, and one purpose was to save these 2 girls.
Okay, so lean back, lads.
We're an island nation, drawn to the sea that surrounds us. A playground for some. For others, it's where they make their living. But the sea's unpredictable. It can change in an instant.
The sea takes no prisoners. You always have to be prepared for the worst.
The sea is a beast. If you weren't anxious about it, you're not doing the right job.
The water was freezing.
I was thinking I was going to die.
There to save our lives is a volunteer army of over 5,000 ordinary people, ready to leave their jobs, their families, and race to our rescue.
Steady, steady. Go for it.
When the pagers go off, your heart stops. Is this a life and death situation?
In the water. You're okay, pal. Let go of the sail, mate. Let go of the sail.
Even that 1 second could make a huge difference to someone at home. 1 minute they've got a son or a daughter, the next minute they may not.
There we go. Emily, high five. Well done. Nice one.
I didn't think we'd get them back. I was just thinking, just please.
Are you the parents?
The lifeboat crew, without them, there's no doubt about it, we'd have lost our girls.
Equipped with their own cameras,
Am I switched on?
It's on.
the crews give us a unique insight into every call-out as only they see it.
Good stuff, that's it.
Speeding into the roughest storms, searching for people who may only have moments to live.
Gotcha.
For those who risk their lives, it has become a way of life.
If something goes wrong, you could be the only person between them and death.
The seaside resort of Swanage lies on the eastern edge of the Dorset coast. Over 160,000 tourists visit every year. And on a hot summer's day, the town and its gently sloping sandy beach are always packed.
Swanage is one of those old-fashioned Victorian towns where from sort of Easter to the end of September, especially the school holidays, it can be crazy busy, you know, nowhere to sit on the beach because it's full up. And that shows for lifeboat shouts as well. It really peaks for us in the summertime.
The Swanage Lifeboats Patch includes 25 miles of the Jurassic coast, a dramatic stretch of shoreline created over 195 million years ago.
We've got, you know, variations from steep cliffs to sandy beaches. A lot of our beaches are nice and safe for the kids to play on, and then you've got some amazing walks along the coast as well.
The rugged cliffs around Swanage aren't just popular with holidaymakers and walkers, they're also a draw for adrenaline junkies.
When you go along the cliffs on a nice summer's day, they're literally sort of strewn with climbers, really, from top to bottom. There are a lot of variations in difficulty of climbs here, from real beginners through to some fairly complicated free climbs that people do. There's something for everybody, really.
A hot July day. Swanage Lifeboat Station receives an emergency call from the Coast Guard.
It was in the mid-20s, it was really warm, sea was crystal clear and dead flat.
When it's a hot sunny day and flat water and the pager goes off, you don't really know what to expect because the conditions are pretty much perfect, everyone's having a lovely time, so it's often something a bit more challenging, a bit more unexpected.
So we've got a fallen climber in the vicinity of Cattle Trough that have requested the ILB.
A climber has fallen from cliffs near Anvil Point, 2 miles down the coast.
Everyone happy?
The station's D-class inshore lifeboat is launched immediately.
When you hear that someone's fallen a considerable distance, you don't know what you're going to be presented with. That section of cliff is quite notorious. I've been to 2 or 3 recoveries of bodies of climbers. As fast as we go, sometimes that's just not fast enough.
The limestone cliffs around Anvil Point rise over 110 feet above sea level.
The cliffs in that area can be pretty tricky. There's some big boulders at the base of the cliff. There's some fairly sharp, jagged bits in there as well. Good for climbing, not necessarily good for extracting people from that position.
Seven minutes after launching, they reach the cliffs.
As we came round Anvil Point, we saw that there was another lifeboat which had been on passage out of pool. They'd heard the shout going on and they'd responded to the Coast Guard. They were able to see the casualty where they were, so they would direct us in.
The climber has landed on a ledge over 10 meters above the water's edge.
2 meters on the nose, 1 meter.
The helm, Gav, gets volunteer crew members Neil and Becky ashore as fast as possible.
106.
I could see somebody waving, but they were well above eye level. I couldn't see the casualty.
Target.
We had to just clamber up the rocks. They're quite sharp when you can't clearly see a route, because often there's a gap between one and you might not be able to jump across from one part to another.
Hiya.
Now join me.
I'm here as well, all right?
The climber is a young woman, lying face down and immobile.
Just getting out some first aid notes here, and I'm going to do some checks on you while we wait for more help to arrive.
Okay. Your name's Becky, right?
Yeah, my name's Becky.
Can you like move down a little bit so I can just see your face?
Yeah, I can move your hair a little bit.
I can see you.
All right, you've been very brave.
They pointed out where she'd fallen from. It was a long way. You don't need to fall any distance on a cliff for it to be quite shocking, but when you fall from almost the full length of the climb, it's really bad.
I'm just going to run my hands over, okay? If anything in particular hurts anymore, if I can see. I know that obviously you've knocked your head. I'll have a look at that in a minute.
The woman has fallen over 40 feet, around the same height as a 4-story building.
Having fallen that height, my concern was spinal injuries or, some serious injuries possibly to the limbs as well. There's a risk of breaking of big bones, the pelvis, maybe the upper leg bones, where there could be a lot of internal bleeding and all of a sudden a casualty could crash. There was a lot of blood around the head area, so instantly I was concerned for head injuries. And although she appeared alert, she was chatting, there was always a concern that there could be more going on that I couldn't see.
Delta 752, Swan RB, go ahead.
Yeah, Roger, it's a female. She's fallen from the top, damaged both knees, left knee is certainly an open wound, and has some damage to her head as well. I think she's lost some teeth. So that's the initial assessment for now. We're at more Mecca.
Do you require more assets on scene, ever?
Yeah, that would be good, actually.
The casualty has multiple injuries. The crew need to get her to urgent medical attention, but first they need to get her off the ledge.
I wondered if it's worth getting the IB1 and rolling on and then putting it straight in the stretcher.
There were various things that we were thinking about. How we're going to get her from where she is, how we're going to do that safely, how we're going to do it timely. The Coast Guard helicopter was on another job, so it was unavailable. So it was then down to us working with the Cliff Rescue team to think about how we were going to get that casualty to a place of safety and then ultimately to hospital.
With no helicopter available and a casualty with potential head and spinal injuries, it's down to Becky and the crew to keep her stable and conscious.
Well, to do is I'm just going to put my hand on your tummy to check your breathing rate, okay? So just carry on breathing as normal.
They must also work out how to safely evacuate the woman from the ledge with a 40-foot cliff above and over 10 feet of rocks below.
Can you count me 10, Neil?
Yeah. 10, 9, 8, 7.
That's okay, don't worry if you are, because I'm going to move you over. Neil, she's not feeling well, so I want to get in a proper recovery position. If you can open that up, lay it alongside here. If you feel sick...
She was struggling to breathe, I think possibly due to the blood around her head and from her mouth, making that a little bit difficult, and just the position that she'd fallen in. Also, if somebody is feeling sick, and they may be sick, the recovery position is the best place to avoid any potential risk of choking.
But to get her off the ledge, the crew must turn the casualty over.
So what we're going to do, we're all going to come behind her. We're going to spread ourselves along her spine. Becky's going to hold the neck, the head in neutral alignment so it keeps nice and straight.
Yeah.
So it will be under Becky's command, the roll, okay?
Don't you worry about doing anything, Amy, because we're going to support you through this bit.
If you've got a risk of a spinal injury, you don't want to make anything any worse than it is. And you want to have as many people there to make that move as gentle and as safe as possible, because obviously our priority is to save a life, but ideally you want that life to be back to how it was, or at least as good as it can be. We just take every step very, very slowly and very careful.
We're just going to do a roll to get in the stretch because they've got uncomfortable breathing. So
our speedboard to go round the neck.
Yeah, should we do that?
A Coast Guard rescue team has abseiled down the cliffs to assist. They've brought a specialist spinal board to help move the woman safely.
How are you feeling? Breathing all right? Okay, yeah, the breathing's getting harder, so I want to roll as soon as possible. Let's go. Yeah, okay, so 1, 2, 3. Well done.
Oh, it was nice to see you.
Okay.
Nice
How's
to see
your
you.
breathing that way? Does it feel a bit better?
Okay, good girl.
Yeah.
Good girl.
Yeah?
A lot of the shout, I was talking to the back of Amy's head. Seeing her face just made me realise, how young she was. I did feel a huge amount of responsibility because I wanted to give her the best care, to make sure we had the best plan to get her out of there.
Ian, while you're there, can you just see if there's an obvious head injury on that side? Because I want to put a dressing on, but I think a lot's come from the mouth and the nose.
As the crew prepare to evacuate the casualty, an update comes in from the Coast Guard.
It became apparent as the job was evolving that the helicopter was actually going to be available a little bit quicker than we thought it was.
Okay, Amy, the helicopter's coming, so you might get a little ride. I suspect they'll put you in a basket and away you go, okay?
Please.
It's always nice when you hear that the helicopter is coming to help. They are, the cavalry as far as we're concerned in that sort of situation.
You've been very brave.
We're all done with the moving. Okay.
We've got great training and we can do a lot, but we're not paramedics. So knowing that the helicopter was coming, certainly good news. And it really, from our point of view, it's getting towards the end of what we're there to do. We're doing the transfer, handing over to the person that's going to get them to hospital.
Okay, well done. Okay, what I want to do now
Well done, Amy.
is I'm just going to lean over you, because when the helicopter comes in, it makes some of the pebbles fall.
that.
That's it.
Yeah. What about that one?
After nearly an hour treating the casualty at the scene, the Coast Guard helicopter arrives from its base at Lyon, Solent.
I told her to keep looking at the helicopter as she went up and that she'd be in hospital soon. Can't say I've got a smile because she's probably in pain, but I could feel a bit of a smile coming through her voice, and that was quite reassuring. One of the hardest parts really is that you've done everything you can, but you don't actually know the outcome. You've been there for a long time, getting casualty moved, and then you start to think about what's actually happened to them, how are they going to be treated.
The casualty was flown 30 miles to hospital in Southampton for emergency surgery.
We knew we'd done what we could, but I think just in the back of my mind was what was the level of her injuries and, what type of recovery would she make.
I found out the next day that I'd broken my left eye socket and my cheekbone. I chipped one tooth. I broke my left wrist. I sliced open both my knees, and I had also broken one of my toes. From that height, probably could have died. I mean, you can die from far less height.
23-year-old climber Amy had come down to Dorset from London with her boyfriend Richard.
Richard had been telling me about all these times that he's gone and he's solo climbed, and it was so easy that I thought, well, yeah, I'm gonna do it. So I just quickly climbed up it and got to the top, and I was really excited. I've gone to lean back, and I just remember feeling the rope ping off the anchor point, and I remember twisting and yelling out Richard's name, and that's all I remember. I just remember waking up at the bottom. Just remember this woman kneeling down beside me. She kept talking to me and I kept talking to her. So yeah, I feel there was a connection there. Because in what is most likely going to be one of the worst moments of my life, she was the one guiding me through it. She was a superstar in my eyes.
I've got a huge amount of respect for Amy. Even in that difficult situation, she was calm, she was brave, and, you know, was a best casualty she could be. It's quite an amazing experience to feel that you've been helpful to someone. And knowing that I can help somebody in such a situation is, I guess, something I'm quite proud of.
During the summer months, millions of people flock to our coasts and beaches, putting the 238 lifeboat stations around the UK and Ireland in a constant state of high alert.
Summer is silly season across the UK. We get jet skis, people on their inflatables, people who think it's great to go for a nice seaside day out because it's sunny, and maybes don't pay attention to what's happening in the sea.
The beach could be absolutely jam-packed on a summer's day. There's barely an inch of it that there isn't a little tent and a windbreak set up. Kids sprinting about everywhere. It's bedlam.
The peak of summer, we'll get 3 or 4 shouts in a day.
How we doing, you okay?
And none of them will take advice. They'll carry on until they're stuck, or, you know, and then they'll be all red-faced afterwards.
We call it silly season because it's quite simply silly how much time we spend down the lifeboat station. Everything else gets put on a back burner and you focus on lifeboats for pretty much 6 weeks solid.
Right, whenever you're ready.
Often you'll be out on a shout and then you'll come back and be tossed to something else on the way back in, which is why it pays to be prepared, because you might be out for a lot longer than you had bargained for.
On the south coast, Brighton and Hove is one of England's largest seaside resorts.
I'd say Brighton's busy all year round, but for the beaches and all the way along the coastline, it's mainly the summer months. It's quite easy to get to from London or anywhere east or west. You know, Brighton's the place to be.
10 million day trippers visit Brighton every year. And on a busy summer's day, around 300,000 people can flock to the city and its beaches.
We get quite a high number of booze-related shouts, maybe given the fact that almost every single arch on the seafront is a nightclub or a bar.
Brighton is the place where fun and the sea meet, and people think, you know, let's have the best of both worlds. Let's go and have some fun in Brighton, a couple of drinks and go for a swim. But most of the time, drink and water doesn't mix.
Early August. Brighton's holiday season is in full swing.
It was one of our Tuesday routine training sessions and was down the station a little bit early. Suddenly, everyone's pages went off. One makes you jump, but when there's all of them going off at once, you sort of have a bit more of a jump.
The crew are requested to bring their lifeboat to immediate readiness, meaning an urgent emergency call.
Immediate shouts like this happen very rarely, but when they do, they're basically saying that there's an immediate risk to life and they need a lifeboat there ASAP.
We've got someone clinging to life ring over here.
A man is reported to have jumped over 10 metres from the end of the Palace Pier into the sea.
Our initial thoughts when someone is in the water is time critical, no question about that. We've got to get there as quickly as possible because they could disappear. You're thinking, was it an accident or have they done it on purpose, which has happened. Someone's jumped off the pier and he doesn't want to be rescued. Are they drunk? Have they taken drugs? Are they injured? They're all things that go through your mind.
To make matters worse, an offshore wind has picked up and sea conditions are deteriorating.
It was supposed to be slight seas, but it was a little bit lumpy, and under the pier, it kind of chunks up a little bit there. If anybody's anywhere near that, they'll get hurt.
The crew are all aware that the waters around the pier are treacherous, with fast-flowing currents and many dangers hidden below the surface.
The pier can be quite deceiving. You could walk up it one day and think, oh, it's not very high when the tide's in. It's sort of 3 to 5 metre drop, and then when the tide goes out, you could be looking at 10 to 15 metres, depending whereabouts you jump in. You never know what's underneath that. And we've had it before where people have jumped off at low tide and they've actually hit the bottom and come off really bad.
4 minutes after launching, the crew arrive at the pier.
As we approached, we got told it's on the west side, so I sort of come around the bottom end of the pier. We were having a really good scan, couldn't really see anything.
Looking for a person in the water, all you can see is above the head, basically, so it's very, very difficult to spot someone.
To make the search more complicated, the offshore winds are meeting an incoming tide, creating choppy sea conditions.
Worst case scenario is they've disappeared. Someone's seen them, they're a viable and credible witness, and they've gone. That is our worst case scenario.
As they search, 2 local council lifeguards have paddled out from shore and reached the casualty on the other side of the pier. But they're having trouble getting him out of the water.
As the Coast Guard called that in, I looked onto the other side and you could see 2 surfboards, which are the lifeguards that come out to rescue the man, and a casualty in the water as well.
He just seems very drunk.
Okay.
Hanging on to one of the rubber dinghies up here.
Yeah.
They had him sort of held onto a rescue board and he was easily double the size of them.
Can you bring him to us?
The 2 lifeguards, 16-year-old Ella and 18-year-old Clem, were about to finish their beach shift when the immediate call came in over their radios.
Sea conditions had completely done like a 360, like from like being really flat and nice in the morning, like a current but not that strong, to like getting out there. I was fighting like the tide coming in and I was fighting a swell as well and the current, so it was, yeah, it massively changed. And I saw the size of the guy and I was a little bit like, there is no way that I'm going to be able to get him onto this board easily. He started sinking the front of the board and ended up flipping it. So I hit the back of the stanchion and he went under. I lifted him out, I don't know how, physics, adrenaline, stuff like that. There was a moment where I did say, this is really bad. So yeah, absolute relief to see a massive orange boat turn up to help us.
Are you all right getting back in?
Yeah, just quite.
Yeah? Well done, girls, good job.
Lifeguards done a fantastic job. Without them there, we definitely would have been looking for a person in the water face down. So for them too, it's definitely a life saved.
What's he got? Has he got any cuts, has he?
There was loads of onlookers on Brighton Pier, and the sort of bit that gave me a bit of shivers down my back was they just gave these 2 gals a massive round of applause.
So Coast Guard, this is Brighton Lifeboat. Casualty recovered to the lifeboat. We're going to take him back to the boathouse. Could we also have an ambulance, please, as he's got quite a lot of cuts on him and he's very, very drunk and disorientated.
Right, we can chat about that when we're back there.
Can you thank your 2 lifeguards? 2 girls done brilliant. Big congratulations, well done from them. Over.
Apart from some cuts and grazes from hitting the struts under the pier, the man seems uninjured.
We're going to get him to the boathouse and then take him straight upstairs.
45-year-old Gavin had come down to Brighton from Bromley on a day trip with friends.
Been drinking all day, drinking on the way down to Brighton. It wouldn't surprise me if I'd had about 20 pints at least. Ended up in the final bar at the end of the pier having a drink with my friends outside. One of my friends sort of said, "Oh, you wouldn't jump off there." And I was like, "Yeah, I would." One thing led to another where a little bet was made. Ended up drinking another couple of pints. And then after that, Dutch courage and all that, and then I decided to take the plunge, so to speak.
If we sort of average it out, maybe 15% of our shouts a year, someone's had alcohol or drugs and attempted to go in the sea, and most of the time they come off worse.
Make sure you get this up. Please, please. I've been a fool. I've got a couple of grazes.
If they have made it and, you know, it's just basic injuries, then they'll have a very, very stern word, not only from us, but from the police, the Coast Guard. At the end of the day, we're here to save lives. As long as we save that life or assisted in saving that life, that's all that matters.
So what we're going to do is we'll get you some nice dry warm blankets now. We'll get rid of this one. We'll put a nice dry one.
I remember falling, obviously going into the water. I was looking up at my friends, joking about and saying, "Right, you owe me, you know, for the bet."
So we've got some reasonable cuts in your leg.
Next thing, big waves come over my face, swallowed a load of seawater. More waves kept hitting me, and more water I kept swallowing. Then I started to realise I was in a bit of trouble.
All right, let's go then. Let's have that.
I then noticed 2 lifeguards coming over on paddleboards. They was trying to get me onto their board, which wasn't very successful, possibly because of the amount of alcohol I drank that day. At that stage, the RNLI turned up. Basically like something out of Thunderbirds, they just seemed to pop up out of nowhere.
I am so sorry.
There's a bottle of water if you want some.
I am so sorry.
I was a bit embarrassed about what I'd done and couldn't believe I was actually in a lifeboat after being rescued out to sea.
We'll get you in nice and quick and then nice and warm at the station.
I think it was a job well done by everybody. The lifeguards handled this situation superbly. We took him on the boat and took him back to the boathouse. So it was teamwork by everybody, all the agencies. He was very apologetic, very, very apologetic, which is nice to hear because he's grateful.
Boom. Naughty boy chair.
The police was there, they gave me a bit of a stern talking to, said that they could arrest me for this, but if I kindly make a donation instead, they were prepared to let it go. So I was quite happy to make a donation, yeah.
Gavin donated all the winnings from his bet to the RNLI.
I've done a few stupid things with my time, but this is definitely the silliest one. I think I have got a little bit more respect for the sea. It's not something I will be repeating now.
Nearly 200 miles west of Brighton is one of the UK's most popular holiday spots, Cornwall. In the peak summer months, the county's population more than doubles with visitors. The former tin mining community of St Agnes lies on the north coast.
St Agnes is a great village. It's a really beautiful spot. It's got a lot of character, a lot of history. We all really respect the sea, and the lifeboat definitely has been the hub of that for a long time.
Just up from the town's beach, the St Agnes lifeboat station recently celebrated 50 years of service. Its current crew of 25 are a tight-knit unit, covering a rocky and dramatic stretch of coastline.
St Agnes is a wonderful place. Some beautiful beaches around, very rugged cliffs, a few extremely unforgiving spots. It's got some good surf, it's got a good community, and obviously it's very popular with tourists. I wouldn't live anywhere else.
One of the station's newer recruits, Laura, grew up in the village and has recently returned. She's setting up home with her partner, Matt.
Most people, they look at locality to a school or to where they do their recreation activities, but it definitely had to be as close as possible to the lifeboat station. We're both conscious the page you can go off at any time, but I think we're both quite adaptable. We appreciate that we've both got our passions, and lifeboat is one of Laura's passions.
Like all new volunteers, Laura started her training as part of the shore crew, though in terms of nautical knowledge, she may bring more to the station than most recruits. In 2015, she spent 9 months rowing over 8,000 miles across the Pacific with 3 other women.
Having completed the row and making it from mainland America to mainland Australia, we achieved 2 Guinness World Records. One was the first ever team to cross, and also the first ever all-female team to cross the Pacific Ocean and across the equator. It definitely has made me a lot closer to the sea, a lot more respectful. I remember there were times when we were being a washing machine of a sea state. You'd be smashed by a freak wave that would throw you off your seat and you think you're about to capsize. During those times, you can get quite angry with it and just be like, serious, this is relentless, kind of just give us a break. You feel like it's got a personality, as stupid as that might sound, but I guess that's what happens when you spend 9 months at sea.
July, early evening. A cool northerly breeze is bringing the temperature down. The St Agnes crew's pagers go off. There are reports of a paraglider losing control after launching from cliffs along the coast.
I was, I think, sort of second on scene. I just assumed, because I was only sort of about 8 months in, I was just going to get involved with the launch. Adam, the helm, was already by the boathouse, and he'd sort of said, yeah, get yourself ready, because I'll take you out, basically. You're going to be on the crew.
This is Laura's first shout on the water as a crew member. Within minutes of getting kitted up, she's heading out to sea in the station's D-class lifeboat.
I could hear the Coast Guard putting out a Mayday relay. Mayday relay is only used if somebody is in grave and imminent danger, so I knew it was serious.
The casualty was reported to be in the water off Newdowns Head, a popular paragliding spot 1 mile west of St Agnes. Although it's July, the sea's unusually choppy.
Newdowns Head has got a big sort of grass green area which gives you a good launch, but then it's a sheer drop directly down. The sea comes straight into the rocks. In big sea conditions, that wouldn't be a place that I would want to be in the water.
A woman dialed 999 after seeing the paraglider fall over 200 feet from the cliff tops into the sea. A Coast Guard helicopter has also been scrambled to the scene.
Landing in the water does not always go well. There's a lot of people who get tangled in their lines, and that can go wrong. You don't know whether it hit the cliff on the way down, you don't know how it landed. There are so many variables. What we do know is you need to get there very quickly.
Just 4 minutes after launching, the D-class arrives at the foot of the cliffs. But in the swell, there's no immediate sign of the paraglider.
Paul and I are looking out of the boat to see what we can see, and I just remember coming round the corner and couldn't see anybody, couldn't see a chute, couldn't see anything. And then suddenly just spotted part of the chute.
They need to find the casualty fast. But with the parachute in the water, there's now an added risk to the crew. The hundreds of meters of lines that are attached to it.
You can't see the lines, and there's so many of them, and if your prop gets caught in that, then suddenly we're in danger of being now a boat that's going to get thrown onto the rocks as well.
They finally spot the casualty and head in bow first to avoid tangling the propeller.
You're alone?
Yeah,
one person?
Yes, I'm alone.
Okay.
Any medical? No. Everything is okay.
When we got him on the boat, he made it quite clear that he thought he was okay. but his eyes were so wide that it was evident he was really, really shaken up and his adrenaline levels were through the roof.
I did a mistake.
The adrenaline could be masking broken bones, it could be masking a spinal injury of some description, even a compression injury from hitting the water, because I don't know how hard he hit the water.
Okay to use?
Compression injuries can occur if the spine is crushed by the impact of landing on water from height. But this can only be assessed in hospital. The crew must get the casualty to A&E urgently.
And because we couldn't get that clarity of that wrist, then rightly so, the helm made the call to say the safest and best way for him is actually to go up in the helicopter and they can take him straight to hospital, and he would be there within 10 minutes.
The Coast Guard helicopter is coming in overhead. The crew's immediate priority is to prepare the casualty to be winched up. But English is clearly not his first language.
Our quickest way to get you back up there is this. Okay.
The paraglider seems happy with the plan, but transferring from a small lightweight lifeboat to a hovering helicopter is a complicated and dangerous maneuver.
Okay, visors down.
To allow the Coast Guard winchman to land onto the boat, the crew need to position the 5-meter-long D-class directly under the helicopter.
Getting in that position to winch, it's almost the eye of the storm. The downdraft is phenomenal. It's quite violent, quite turbulent, it's quite dramatic.
I was really surprised with how strong that downdraft is. It kicks up the sea hugely, so I was just concentrating on making sure I had hold of the paraglider and was holding on myself that we just didn't get ourselves into additional trouble, and it was all safe.
The helicopter and lifeboat's positions are aligned. The Coast Guard winchman now needs to land perfectly on a 1-meter square space in the lifeboat's bow.
The D-class is quite a small boat. You've got the helmsman and 2 crew. And then when you get a casualty in there, there's significantly less room. When you put the variable of trying to land a winchman in there as well, it takes some incredibly good teamwork from the helicopter and the boat.
To make matters even more complicated, the helm must keep the lifeboat moving at a constant speed across the choppy water. The casualty, Wolfgang, is an experienced paraglider over from Hamburg on holiday.
And then keep your arms down. Yes. All right.
Before launching, he had sought advice from some locals.
It's normal to speak with the local flyers to check what I have to know. I'm the first time at that place, so I checked in and I misunderstood her. She told me, don't go to the front. But I understood, go to the front. I want to fly, of course, and my English is not very perfect, and I thought, okay, it makes sense, and I went there. But there was no uplift. Yeah, absolutely nothing.
Paragliders rely on a mix of wind and thermal uplifts to fly. With neither to fill his parachute wing, Wolfgang soon lost power and started falling at speed.
At that moment, I had the possibility to land, no problem. But I didn't. I went on, and sometimes later I know, okay, you go to the water.
All right. Run in. Yeah.
When I landed at the sea, first I decided to put up my equipment. Try to be calm, try to take care of your power, and wait. But without help, I would not be able to leave the sea. There's no chance. The cliffs are so high, you can't climb them. And to swim to the next beach, I think, impossible. Too far away, the water is cold, and I don't have the power to swim. I think I would go to the ground. Yeah. No chance. I saw it on the horizon and I was very happy. I said, oh, there is help. So quick, so quick. I felt very lucky at that moment. Yeah, very, very lucky. When I reached the helicopter, the man asked me if I'm on holiday there, and he asked me how much time is left. And I said, oh, we just start here. And so he said, oh, maybe we'll see you again. and I love it. I only could laugh.
Yes, Yahoo! He's never done that before.
Wolfgang was flown the 7 miles to the Royal Cornwall Hospital in Truro. He arrived just 16 minutes after the St Agnes crew were paged.
I think it's staggering, really, to get the first informant phone the Coast Guard and within 16 minutes the person's in hospital. I think that's really quite impressive.
There's a lot of water in that.
As a first shout, I mean, I didn't know any different, and it wasn't until I came back into shore that everybody was like, crikey, that was your first shout. That's quite an interesting shout to have.
I think it's quite an epic first shout, really. Helicopter transfer, paraglider in the water, yeah. But she was exceptionally calm and composed. She did incredibly well.
After being checked over in hospital, Wolfgang was released with no injuries.
He was very close to getting washed onto the rocks, risk of the hypothermia, risk of drowning. It was good to feel like we'd saved a life and we'd done a good job.
It was the only chance for me to stay alive. I recognize it now and later, at that moment not. It was very quick, everything, oh, there's a boat, okay, there's help. But when I thought about, I thought, okay, without them, it was the last day of my life.
"340 miles away in North Yorkshire is the seaside town of Redcar. Lying near the mouth of the River Tees, Redcar has a long industrial history.
Redcar's an interesting place. We've got the North Sea next to us. Behind us, we've got the former steel works and we've got the chemical works. Down to the south, we've got the North Yorkshire Moors, and we've got some outstanding natural beauty there. We have 7 or 8 miles of golden sand, which draws visitors at all times of the year, but particularly in summer.
Our silly season, as we call it, it's always busiest time when the kids are off and the beaches are full. That's our heightened activity. Some of the typical silly season shouts will be people getting caught up by the tide, people in toy dinghies, in toy canoes, just the general summer's activities that often require a bit of assistance.
Redcar's beaches have drawn in pleasure seekers since the Victorian times. But even on a summer's day, the seas here can be as cold as 12 degrees.
The North Sea is typically rougher than most, especially on our coastline, because of the rocks and the scars and the breakwater, which can funnel more surf towards us. So for people that don't know what they're going out in and how quick it can change, it can cause more problems for us. Things can, and they do, go wrong.
A July evening. The temperature is dropping fast, and a 20-mile-an-hour wind is blowing directly offshore. The Redcar lifeboat station receives an emergency call from the Coast Guard.
The initial information we received about this job was that there was a person in a dinghy getting blown offshore.
You're thinking, where is he? Has he got a life jacket on? Any safety gear? You're thinking, time of the essence, get there quickly and safely as possible.
Usually the station's D-class lifeboat would be launched with 3 crew.
Hey up, Derek, we've got no crew yet.
But the urgency of this situation calls for an immediate launch.
On some occasions, we don't have the time to wait for another crewman. Although the people might just be turning up on station, you've still got a couple of minutes there where they need to get changed, get the gear on, then get across to the boat.
Calling channel 16 over.
We decided it would be best to go with the two guys, myself and Cameron, that were already kitted up.
North RB, this is Humber Coast Guard. Good evening. You launched some service to a report of a small inflatable dinghy with one person on board drifting offshore. I request you proceed, locate and assist the person back to shore.
Our ETA, given the current state of tide, is approximately 7 minutes, sir. And crew list is 18 and 20, over.
The casualty was spotted by a member of the public drifting out towards the Teesside wind farm, almost a mile offshore.
The elements were working against the casualty. He had the tide running against him and also the breeze blowing him back off the beach. The further offshore you get, these little wavelets start to become bigger and bigger. All these cheap dinghies need to do is burst or get a rip in them, and it changes the whole job completely, from someone sat on top of a toy dinghy to somebody in the water.
Beyond the wind farm, there's a major shipping lane. After that, the full force of the North Sea.
The North Sea temperature doesn't vary that much, regardless of the season. If somebody ends up in the North Sea with no intervention, you can end up with hypothermia, and then ultimately you will now end up as a fatality.
After a sprint out to sea, the lifeboat reaches the area where the casualty was reported to have been. Seconds later, they spot him, dressed in summer clothes and drifting out towards the wind farm.
Hey, old fella! What are you doing out here? Having a paddle? How are you planning on getting back, like? You paddle back? In this wind, against this tide? I don't think so, matey. We'll get you a shot, mate. We'll take you back.
He was sashing water in the bottom of the dinghy. He was cold and damp, and two little plastic oars he had was getting nowhere. As he tried to row, he just spun round in circles.
We can't leave you out here. The one you got no life jacket, you got no safety gear. If that happens, it's on us now.
I don't think the casualty was aware of his predicament. Although he was trying to paddle back in, he wasn't conscious of where he was heading. And the oar is as big as your forearm. You're not going to make any ground.
After some gentle persuasion, the man finally accepts he's not going to be able to make it back to shore by himself.
We have the casualty safely on board in a small 10-pound dinghy, no safety equipment. He's on board now, sir. We're going to return him back to the beach.
Roger. Thank you very much.
You're a Redcar lad. Where are you from? Dallo.
After speaking to the casualty face-to-face and pretty close up, it was evident that he was intoxicated. You could smell it on his breath and the way he was acting as a drunk person would.
In there, mate. Stop blowing in there.
He'd obviously had a good day on the beach with a couple of cans, which made him believe that he was quite all right to put to sea in his little toy dinghy.
How much did it cost you? 12 quid. Oh, well, there goes the cap.
So unfortunately, the valves accidentally fell over the side. We weren't disappointed as the individual was, but we're now safe in the knowledge that that dinghy's not going to return to sea anytime soon. Without help, I don't think this individual would have made it back ashore. The oar was only small, and plus being intoxicated, there's also exhaustion coming into it, and then that brings the temptation of, oh, just spin the dinghy off and I'll try and make a swim for it. So, no, I don't think he'd have made it ashore by himself.
8 minutes after launching, the crew arrive back at the shore.
Mile and a half? Mile?
At the time, I don't think the casualty was grateful that we were there, stopping his summer's evening cruise. But once he did get back ashore, I think it dawned on him how far out he was, and I think his attitude changed a little bit. We never judge people. It's happened. That's what we are there for, to go out and perform that rescue. It's what we train for. It's what we're here for.
Sir, just to confirm, that's the casualty now safely ashore, and we'll shortly be returning to station, over.
Roger. Thank you. Out.
"380 miles south of Redcar, just off the coast of Normandy, France, are the Channel Islands. Although the British government is responsible for these 7 islands' defence, they're not officially part of the United Kingdom. With just over 100,000 permanent residents, Jersey is the most densely populated.
Jersey does feel like a unique community. We've got the Jersey way, as people call it. It certainly is a different feel to being in the UK, and it's different to being in France, but I think there's a very good, healthy relationship between the two, so we've got the best of both worlds, I think.
There's a massive difference between who's using the coastal waters between summer and winter. So in winter, it tends to be commercial fishermen and the main port of St Helier using its commercial traffic. But in the summer, we have all of the tourists, we have all of the locals whose boats are only able to be moored out in the outlying harbours between the months of May and October. So we have a really different dynamic over the summer months than we do in the winter months.
The RNLI has had a lifeboat in Jersey since 1884, with stations now in St Helier in the south and St Catherine's on the east coast.
Our patch varies a lot. The north coast is really rugged, beautiful headlands. Around the east of the island is a nice bay of Grouville, which is sandy, flat beach. The southeast corner is extremely rocky. On a low spring tide, it looks like a moonscape, but on the high spring tides, you don't see any of that, and you won't know that that's sat there underneath that water. So if you don't know your way to navigate around that southeast corner, it can be treacherous.
August bank holiday weekend. The St Catherine's crew are paged.
It was fairly early on a Sunday morning, so I don't think I'd got up at that stage, so the pager was my rude alarm.
A yacht has grounded just off the southeastern tip of the island.
This boat had found itself in an area which is really hazardous from a navigational point of view, just rocks everywhere.
On this stretch of coast, a maze of rocky outcrops lurks just below the surface, ready to catch out the unwary sailor.
We weren't aware of the condition it was in, weren't aware whether it suffered any damage. So it was important for us to go and assist him to find out what had gone on.
At the moment, there's just enough water for the lifeboat to make it to the yacht, but it's a tricky journey along narrow channels.
We had to navigate to him, not using the normal inshore route that we would use because there wasn't enough water. So we had to navigate around the reefs to get to him, but we needed to make sure there was enough water there first. So it was a bit of a catch-22. We just had to nose in, using the plotter and having someone spot for anything that wasn't charted.
It's a slow, painstaking journey out. Until they arrive on scene, the crew have no idea how serious the situation is aboard the yacht.
I think the danger the yacht was in was twofold. It was that it had potentially damaged itself as it came in under the cover of darkness, that it had hit something, and therefore, as the tide rose, if there were a hole in the boat, for example, then the boat may not float the way it's meant to float. So that on the one hand, and the other hand is, getting out of that area safely. If you hadn't hit something coming in, the chance of him hitting something going out was pretty high.
After a tense journey out, the crew finally make it to the yacht. To their surprise, they discover a man from the local town aboard. Retired fisherman Howard spotted the yacht from shore, stranded on a sandbank at first light.
I suppose you could say I'm a little bit of an unofficial lookout. I'm always aware of what's going on, and I've got my VHF radio that I listen to, and I scan the bay quite regularly with the binoculars. And, if it's anything I think it's important, I'll report it to the Coast Guard.
So you just walked out this morning, did you?
Sorry?
You just walked out this morning, did you?
I just walked out, yeah. So I can see this from my room. Well, I got up fairly early as normal, about 6 or maybe a little before, and I noticed that there was a large yacht laying on her side, dried out. So I thought, well, not where he should be, not a good place to be. I took my 2 dogs, my 2 Jack Russells, and when I get down there, there's a Frenchman aboard. So I asked him what was, going on, how he'd ended up there, and he said he was going to St Helier and obviously went aground. So I thought, well, when she floats, we'd start the engine, pull up the anchor, and just motor to Gory. But unfortunately, the battery had no life in it, the engine wouldn't start, the anchor winch wouldn't work, so the scenario had got sort of changed a little bit.
To complicate things further, the tide then came in, stranding Howard and his dogs aboard the yacht.
Well, that's part of it. You know, seafarers will always help each other, you know, even if it means putting yourself in risk. You know, that's the sort of unwritten law of the sea.
The Frenchman's yacht righted itself when the tide came in, but with no engine power, the crew decided to tow him to nearby Gory Harbour. They attached the two boats side by side to help manoeuvre safely back through the narrow, rocky channels.
Donc, tu veux aller où après?
Alderney.
Alderney, okay. So what are you going to do in Alderney?
I have a meet with an English guy. He's actually sailing from Granville.
Oh, yeah.
And the first have to pay beer.
There's plenty of beer in Alderney.
Sorry?
There's lots of beer in Alderney.
Yeah, it will be.
Yeah.
I really appreciate a lot.
Yeah.
With Irish coffee.
Very good.
So, only freedom on the sailing boat. That's the only possibility.
Yeah? Yeah. Hopefully not in August.
He seemed blissfully unaware of the position he'd managed to get himself into. He seemed very nonchalant about the whole thing, which was odd, but it was quite refreshing in some ways because it just meant we could get on and do what we needed to do without having to deal with a stressed person.
You are a cousin of Kevin Costner?
No. Far from.
You see the movie with Kevin Costner. He's for lifeguards in the USA.
No, I've not seen that.
He was a swimmer.
Okay.
Go rescue people.
Okay.
Helicopter, boat.
Yeah.
He was a nice, friendly guy, just on his way up to Alderney, and found himself run aground off our coast. He didn't realise the landscape, and to get where he was, he had to come across some nasty-looking reefs. We were really surprised that he managed to get there unscathed.
After 35 minutes towing, the crew bring the yacht into Gory Harbour.
He just wants to try and charge up.
With the Frenchman back ashore, Howard's work is done. He and his two dogs head home.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Well, he seemed a sort of bit of a hippie guy, but I spoke to him, you know, quite extensively on the way back, and he'd been travelling the world and had business interests. He certainly was wide awake, you know, he was a competent guy. You know, I think he just got it totally wrong. If you can help someone, you know, it's not a bad thing to do, is it? You know, we shook hands and said merci bien sort of thing. You know, it was a good story to tell in the pub in the evening.
The lifeboat crew hand over to the Coast Guard, then prepare to head back to St. Catherine's.
So when you go to France, visit me. Or maybe a very good, sexy girlfriend.
Perfect.
Thanks a lot.
See you in France.
Okay.
Okay. Merci, au revoir.
If the Coast Guard hadn't been notified of this sailing vessel being in this place, who knows what might have happened to him. But he was the sort of chap that would have put a sail up and thought, let's crack on and move on to Alderney, because it's the sort of persona he gave. He wasn't fussed, wasn't phased.
He said he was a Commodore, so I think he's got lots of maritime experience. Who knows?
I don't think a Commodore in the French Navy would get himself into that predicament. I think he would have probably navigated using charts or a chart plotter rather than just luck.
Come see my sexy girlfriends.
After a long recovery, Amy is back climbing, with her boyfriend Richard by her side.
Many people question why I'm still climbing. It's sheer hard-headedness. I've pulled it off just by not giving up. It's taken me longer than I would like to admit to get to this point, but I feel like everything's back on track, and the only way to go is up.
got you. The foam's come out of his mouth. He was ghastly, he was grey, he was white.
Unconscious diver, I'm thinking they're going to be dead.
I would say it's right up there with some of the worst conditions I've been out in.
Contact!
I'm shaking. I was just getting dragged towards the rocks. No matter what I did, I just couldn't get out.